Historically, the period 1945 to early 1963 forms a unity. During this period the number of factors interacted upon one another to present a very complicated and extraordinarily dangerous series of events. That mankind and civilized life got through in a period of almost 2 decades may be attributed to a number of lucky chances rather than to any particular skill among the two opposing political blocs or among the neutrals. The period as a whole is so complex that no successful effort has been made by any historian to present it as a unity. Instead, it is usually treated as a series of separate, relatively isolated, developments, such as events in the Far East, United States domestic history, Soviet domestic history, developments in science and technology, the rise of the neutrals, and other developments. Such a presentation is not adequate because it falsifies the historical fact that these and other developments occurred simultaneously, and constantly reacted upon one another. Moreover, the central fact of the whole period, and the one which dominated all the others, was the scientific and technological rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union, because this rivalry formed the very foundation and core of the Cold War, which was recognized by everyone to be the dominant political factor of the period. Unfortunately, the Cold War is almost always described in terms which put minor emphasis on, or which may even neglect, a role of Soviet-American technological rivalry. This is done because most historians do not feel competent to discuss it, but chiefly it is done because much of the evidence is secret. Because of such secrecy, the story of this Soviet-American technological rivalry falls into two quite distinct, and even contradictory, parts. One, what the real situation was, and two, what prevalent public opinion believed the situation to be. For example, in 1954 to 1955 the Soviet Union had a thermonuclear so-called H-bomb many months before we did, when public opinion believed the opposite. Again, in late 1960 there was a widespread belief throughout the world in a so-called missile gap, or American inferiority in nuclear missile weapons, when no such inferiority existed. And finally, for a period of several years, from 1957 to about 1960, the Russians were in advance of the United States and the free world generally in missile technology and in missile guidance mechanisms, although this was not reflected, then or later, in any superiority in nuclear missile weapons, because of their simultaneous inferiority in nuclear warheads for missiles, an inferiority by a wide margin both in numbers and in variety of such explosive weapons. In dealing with this central factor of the world situation, the historian is prevented by secrecy on both sides from making any assured or final judgments, and must simply make the judicious estimate of the situation on the basis of available information. Unfortunately, the influence of this factor is so central, and thus so all-pervasive, that inability to be sure of the facts on this matter brings a fair amount of uncertainty into many other areas, such as, for example, the foreign policy of John Foster Dulles assert the real significance of the so-called atomic espionage cases. Such uncertainty, however, is always present in historical analysis of the recent past, and most historians, knowing that the documents and thus the facts are unavailable for contemporary history save the last 20 years, usually leave the most recent past to others, to political scientists, journalists, or biographers. In the history of the period 1945 to 1963 there are 6 chief factors. 1. The Cold War and the nuclear balance. 2. Demobilization and remobilization, with special emphasis on inter-service rivalries and the pressures from industrial complexes. 3. Partisan political struggles in the United States, centering on the rise and decline of unilateralism. 4. Personal political struggles in the Soviet Union, centering on the succession to Stalin. 5. Interbloc discords, centering on the relations between the United States and its allies on one side and the relations between the Soviet Union and its satellites on the other side. And 6. The role of neutralism, revolving around backward nationalisms and anti-colonialism. The history of the period can be understood only in terms of the interplay of these 6 factors, in all their complexities, treated simultaneously. But before we attempt to do this we must make a brief examination of each factor separately in order to define our terms and to establish secondary chronological sequences. The Cold War, as we shall see in the next chapter, was an inevitable consequence of the defeats of Germany, Japan, France, and Italy, and the collapse of nationalist China. But it was raised to an acute and sustained crisis by the existence of nuclear weapons and the development of rocket missiles. The combination threatened the survival of man as a civilized being, although it probably did not threaten his continued existence after a nuclear holocaust, on a degraded social level as a distinct species of living being. The fear of human extermination was spread by many well-intentioned, mistaken for mercenary people, and reached its peak, perhaps, in the commercial success of Neville Shoots on the Beach, both as novel and as motion picture. The annihilation of man, as shown in such works, is technically possible, but will certainly not result from the weapons which would be used in total thermonuclear war. However, there is always a remote possibility that a madman such as Hitler might decide to destroy the human race as revenge for the frustration of his insane ambitions. This could be done in a number of ways, of which the simplest would be to encase a large number of thermonuclear bombs in thick layers of cobalt. The ensuing fallout of radioactive cobalt-60 could extinguish all animal life on Earth excluding most plants, insects, and other invertebrates. No sane policy would use such a bomb, since cobalt-60 is 320 times as radioactive as radium, and it would require at least 400 such bombs, each at least 1 ton in weight, to release enough radioactivity to extinguish all animal life on Earth. However, even without a cobalt bomb, any extensive nuclear war would kill hundreds of millions of human beings and would release sufficient radioactivity to inflict such extensive genetic damage that subsequent generations of human beings would produce a substantial percentage of monsters. This fact, added to the genetic damage to bird life, might create a situation where men would be unable to compete successfully with insects who are much more immune to genetic damage from radioactivity. The balance of nuclear weapons is a central factor in the Cold War. Since no agreement on cessation of nuclear testing, nuclear disarmament, conventional disarmament, or relaxation of tension can occur until both sides recognize that a nuclear balance of equilibrium, the so-called nuclear stalemate, has been achieved. This came close to achievement early in 1950, when both sides had atomic weapons. Hut was destroyed at that time by President Truman's order to proceed with the development of the hydrogen bomb. It was not achieved again until the end of 1962, because when both sides had achieved the H-bomb by 1956, that balance was disturbed by the missile race, which reached its widest disequilibrium with the Soviet success with Sputnik in October 1957. This led to the subsequent race to obtain an intercontinental ballistic missile with nuclear warhead ICBM in 1957 to 1962. By 1963, both sides had these weapons. The balance of terror was established and negotiation was possible. As a matter of fact, the balance was not equal, since the American total capability in nuclear war was far superior to that of the Soviet Union in 1963. But weapons development had reached approximately the same point. The United States was more vulnerable to Russia's fewer weapons because a larger part of its population was industrial and urban, and the Soviet Union had growing problems in other areas, notably its alienation from Communist China. At the same time, gross fissures began to appear in the Western Bloc from de Gaulle's efforts to turn Europe out of the American camp and into a third neutralist force. About the same time, the Cuban crisis of October 1962, somewhat like the Fascista crisis of 1898, by bringing the United States and the Soviet Union to the edge of a war that neither wanted, revealed to both the mutual balance of error and the need to do something about it. All this marked the end of the historical period which began in 1945. The chief subdivisions of the history of nuclear balance over the period 1945 to 1963 are as follows. 1. The American atomic monopoly from Alamogordo in June 1945 to the first Soviet atom bomb in August 1949. 2. A brief nuclear balance from 1949 to 1950. 3. The race for the hydrogen bomb from January 1950 through the first American hydrogen fusion at Iquitos in November 1952 and the first Soviet H-bomb explosion of August 1953 to the American achievement of a practical thermonuclear weapon in March 1954. This contest continued for 2 more years as each side tried to perfect the new weapon as an aerial bomb. The United States made its first successful airdrop of a fusion bomb on May 21, 1956, almost certainly later than the comparable Soviet test. For the race for the ICBM from 1956 to 1962 has been widely misunderstood because propaganda falsehoods from both sides sought to conceal the true situation and often confused even themselves. Basically, the problem was, at the beginning, how to combine the American Nagasaki bomb, which weighed 9,000 pounds, with the German V-2 rocket, which carried a warhead of 1,700 pounds, only 200 miles. The Soviet government sought to close the gap between rocket power and nuclear payload by working toward a more powerful rocket, while the Americans, over the opposition of the Air Force and the aviation industry, sought to close the gap by getting smaller bombs. The result of the race was that the Soviet government acquired a series of very powerful rocket boosters ranging in thrust from 800,000 pounds to 1.5 million pounds, and capable of hurling capsules from 1 to over 7 tons in weight. These were demonstrated to an astonished world from October 1957 onward. These Soviet successes in space made the American effort in rocket boosters look very second-rate, but this impression was rather misleading. It was perfectly true that the United States in 1957 to 1960 had no powerful rocket boosters capable of hurling large space vehicles into orbit or past the Moon, as was done with the 245 POUNT Soviet Unity in January 1959, but the United States in this period had a large number of fission and fusion warheads in a great variety of sizes, and was rapidly developing moderately powerful rockets able to carry these great distances. In fact, the first American ICBM was fired from Cape Canaveral in December 1957, 2 months after Sputnik I, and went full range in November 1958. By 1961 the United States had a varied assortment of missiles, solid and liquid fueled, some able to be fired in minutes, and capable of carrying nuclear warheads, whose explosive power was equivalent to as little as 750,000 tons of TNT, thus 43 times the force of the Hiroshima A bomb to 5 million or more tons of TNT. These could be delivered distances from 1,000 to over 6,000 miles, and with such accuracy that at least half could be landed in a circle within 3 miles of a target. These developments left the Soviet Union with a much smaller number of giant rockets able to carry 20 megaton 20 million tons of TNT warheads, but so large that their locations were soon spied out by American high-flying U-2 photographic planes. To remedy this overemphasis on size, the Soviet Union, in October 1996, broke the moratorium on nuclear explosive testing which had existed since October 1958. And exploded a great variety of small bombs from I to 5 megatons, as well as a gigantic one of 25 megatons and colossal one of 58 megatons. The latter, the largest bomb ever exploded, was equal to one-third the total of all previous nuclear explosions from 1945 to the end of previous testing in December 1958. Even before these final tests, in 1960, elaborate calculations on the giant electronic computers in the Pentagon were estimating the consequences of a hypothetical total nuclear war in June 1963. Two answers were: 1. If the Soviet Union struck first and the United States retaliated, the war would be over in a single day with a Russian victory in which they lost 40 million of their 220 million population dead and 40% of their industrial capacity, while America would have 150 million of its 195 million people dead and 60% of its industry destroyed. 2. If the United States struck first with a nuclear attack, in reply to a Soviet advance of ground troops into Germany, 75 million Russians and 110 million Americans would be killed. Half the industry of both would be destroyed, and neither could win. On this basis, some relaxation of tension became imperative. As soon as the Soviets could be satisfied they had achieved stalemate by their 1961–1962 nuclear tests. Closely related to this first-stage sequence of nuclear capability is the quite different first-stage sequence of strategic planning. This is concerned with what we plan to do as distinct from what we are able to do. From the American side it has 4 stages, as follows. 1. Great power cooperation within the United Nations Organization, 1945–1946. 2. Containment of Soviet expansion by all means available, including economic aid to others, the Marshall Plan, conventional forces as in NATO, and nuclear weapons, 1946–1953. 3. Liberation, massive retaliation, and the New Look, 1953–1960. This period, associated with the influence of Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, sought to deal with foreign crisis by the use of slogans and quite unrealistic policies which could never have been used. Our allies, the neutrals, and even the Russians were ignored and often despised, while the State Department engaged in what Dulles himself called, in January 1956, going to the brink of war. This policy sought to reduce government spending and balance the budget by reducing expenditures for all local or conventional wars and to base our strategy and our foreign policy on the threat that any Soviet advance of any kind anywhere of which we disapproved would be stopped by our massive retaliation with all-out nuclear attack anywhere we judged appropriate, on a unilateral without consultation with our allies and on a first strike basis, that is, we would do this even if the Soviet Union had not attacked us and had not used nuclear weapons. This policy was hopelessly irresponsible and not only alienated allies such as France and neutrals such as India but could not be used, since we would never adopt such suicidal and ineffective tactics to reply to a communist local advance in Korea, Southeast Asia, Tibet, Afghanistan, Iran, Egypt, Yugoslavia, or most other places on the periphery of the Soviet bloc. This policy abandoned NATO. In fact, if not in theory, and meant that we had publicly adopted a policy we would never carry out. Because even if we were willing to accept the full consequences of the Soviet nuclear counter-blow to our massive retaliation, we could not ever win in such a war, since Soviet ground forces, with their 125 divisions in Europe, could easily overrun NATO's 25 divisions and would occupy all Europe except Britain and Spain. The Kremlin leaders, moving to Paris or Rome, perhaps in the Vatican, would be beyond our reach and could hold London under nuclear threat, while both the United States and the Soviet Union were devastated. The Dulles Doctrine was not a doctrine of action but solely a doctrine of threats, since it expected that the threat alone would stop Soviet advances and that it would never be necessary to carry out the threat. The policy worked, in the sense that the world and the United States lived through it, only because the Soviet Union, at the same time, was in the interregnum between the death of Stalin March 5, 1952 and the accession to full power of Khrushchev July 4, 1957 to March 27, 1958. The last 2 years were occupied by the Eisenhower administration's efforts to get back to a more workable defense policy based on a variety of responses to Soviet actions, and to do so without either repudiating Dulles or excessively unbalancing the budget. For graduated deterrence, from 1960 onward, was really an effort to get back to the policies of 1950 as advocated by the National Security Council paper NSC 58 of March 1950, and generally to the advice given by Robert Oppenheimer before his public career had been destroyed by the massive retaliation. Advocates in 1953. This revived doctrine called for a graduated and varied strategic response to Soviet aggression combined with cooperation with our allies, recognition of the rights of neutrals to be neutral, increased economic and cultural aid to both groups, and relaxation of tension with the Soviet Union by cultural and scientific cooperation. This broad and varied propaganda had at its core development of at least 4 levels of possible war. 1 war with conventional weapons. 2 addition of tactical nuclear weapons. 3 strategic nuclear attack on 8 no cities bases with attacks aimed only at Soviet military bases and installations, and 4. The total devastation response. Each of these had subgradations and gave rise to unsolved problems such as escalation, that is, the possibility that one level would develop gradually into a more intense level in the heat of combat. Moreover, such complex responses required immense outlays of money, even if the achievement of the whole was spread over many years. But this cost, it was felt, would be worthwhile, since nuclear warfare on 8 no cities basis would save about 100 million American lives in the first week of war in comparison with war on the total devastation level. One element in this whole strategic shift was the shift of the emphasis of our response from strategic air command SAC nuclear bombing to conventional Army forces and to the Navy's nuclear submarines with Polaris missiles. The former would reduce the temptation to the Soviet Union to instigate local brushfire wars, while the latter would be even more successful in preventing any Soviet nuclear first strike, since such an attack would be much less able to find and destroy Polaris submarines than it would be to wipe out fixed SAC bases. The next great aspect of post-war history was the partisan political struggles within the United States, centering on the rise and decline of unilateralism and neo-isolationism. As we shall see in a later chapter, the party struggle in the United States took the form of a struggle between the party of the middle classes, the Republicans, and the party of the fringes, the Democrats. This lineup, with its multitude of exceptional cases, found the intellectuals, including the scientists, the internationalists, the minorities, and the cosmopolitans in the Democratic Party, with the businessmen, bankers, and clerks in the Republican Party. The isolationism of the latter, combined with their inability to cope with the World Depression or with the international crisis arising from Hitler, kept the Democrats in the White House for 20 years, 1933 to 1953. The defeat of Dewey by Truman in 1948 was a particularly bitter pill, and the Republican partisans after that event were ready to adopt any weapon which could be used to discredit the Democratic administration. They found such a weapon ready at hand in the neo-isolationist forces within the Republican Party, which were entrenched in the Congress by the seniority system of committee controls which operated there. Since either party in the United States wins a presidential election on a national and not on a local basis, and by appealing to the moderate middle group people who are willing to shift their vote and to consider the issues presented, the party which is long out of the White House will be reduced to the control of its local, narrow, ignorant, and extremist core which is unwilling to consider issues for the national welfare, or to shift their party stand and votes. For these reasons, the Republican Party had fallen into congressional control represented by Senate figures such as Senators Robert Taft, Kenneth Leary, Styles Bridges, and William Jenner. This group, to whom we often give the name neo-isolationist, knew nothing of the world outside the United States, and generally despised it. Thus, they gave no consideration to our allies or neutrals, and saw no reason to know or to study Russia, since it could be hated completely without need for accurate knowledge. All foreigners were regarded as unprincipled, weak, poor, ignorant, and evil, with only one aim in life, namely, to prey on the United States. These neo-isolationists and unilateralists were equally filled with suspicion or hatred of any American intellectuals, including scientists, because they had no conception of any man who placed objective truth higher than subjective interests, since such an attitude was a complete challenge to the American businessman's assumption that all men are, and should be concerned with the pursuit of self-interest and profit. At the end of the war, it was but natural that many Americans should seek to return from foreign and incomprehensible matters, including countries, peoples, and problems which were a standing refutation of the American neo-isolationists' ideas of human nature, of social structure, and of proper motivations. Neo-isolationism had a series of assumptions which explained their statements and actions and which could not possibly be held by anyone who had any knowledge of the world outside American lower-middle-class business circles. These beliefs were at least 7 in number. 1. Unilateralism. The belief that the United States should and could act by itself without need to consider allies, neutrals, or the Soviet Union. 2. National omnipotence. The belief that the United States is so rich and powerful that no one else counts and that there is, accordingly, no need to study foreign areas, customs, or policies, since America's policies can be based exclusively on its own power and its own high moral principles which have no real meaning to anyone else. 3. Unlimited goals or utopianism. The belief that there are final solutions to the world's problems. This assumes that American power permits it to do what it wishes and that demonstration of this power to trouble-making foreigners will make them leave the United States alone and secure forever. This idea was reflected in its crudest form in the belief that America's power could be applied to the world in one final smash after which everything would be settled forever. Upholders of this view refused to accept that America's security in the 19th century had been an untypical and temporary condition and that constant danger and constant problems were a perpetual condition of human life except in brief and unusual circumstances. This kind of impatience with foreign problems and danger was clearly stated by Douglas in his article A Policy of Boldness in Life magazine, May 19, 1952. There he insisted that the Truman policy of containment must be replaced by a policy of liberation, since the former was based on treadmill policies which at best might perhaps keep us in the same place until we drop exhausted. These policies, he argued, would lead to financial collapse and loss of civil liberties, were not designed to win victory conclusively, and did not seek to solve the problem of the Soviet Union but to live with it, presumably forever. His solution was to refuse to recognize communist control either in the European satellites or in China, to deny the existence of the Iron Curtain, and to free millions enslaved by communism. Although the only way these millions could be freed was by war, Douglas refused to advocate preventive war, and established no method of achieving his goals except his belief that, if he refused to face reality, reality would change. However, he did accept preventive war in the form of massive retaliation if the Communists made any further advances, and he established the argument that the Truman policy of containing the Communists was a policy of refusing to defeat them, from softness or fear or sympathy. This became the basis for future partisan Republican charges that Democratic administrations were soft on communism and pursued no-win policies. 4. The neo-isolationist belief in American omnipotence and foreign inferiority led, almost at once, to the conclusion that continuance of the Soviet threat arose from internal treason within America and that the Russian nuclear successes must be based on treason and espionage and could not possibly be based on foreign science, or Soviet industrial capability. The neo-isolationists were convinced that the only threat to America came from internal subversion, from communist sympathizers and fellow travelers, since no foreign threat could harm our omnipotence. All opposition to neo-isolationist views was branded as un-American, and was traced to low motivations or corruption of American life by such non-American innovations as economic planning, social welfare, or concern for foreigners. Henry Wallace and Mrs. Roosevelt W. Howe were the special targets of these isolationists, were accused of conspiring to give away America's wealth in order to weaken it. A quart of milk to every Hottentot. 5. Since the chief high moral principle Lucille motivated the neo-isolationists was their own economic self-interest, they were especially agitated by high taxes, and insisted that Soviet Russia and the Democrats were engaged in a joint tacit conspiracy to destroy America by high taxes by using Cold War crisis to tax America into bankruptcy. 6. Since the neo-isolationists rejected all partial solutions or limited goals, and were unwilling to pay to increase America's military power, they insisted it was already overwhelmingly powerful. There was little they could do in foreign affairs except to talk loudly and sign anti-communist pacts and manifestos. This explains Douglas's verbal bluster and the soul-rattling and his pactomania which kept him running about the world signing documents which bound people to pursue anti-communist policies. 7. The unrealistic and unhistoric nature of neo-isolationism meant that it could not actually be pursued as a policy. It was pursued by John Foster Dulles, with permanent injury to our allies, the neutrals, and the personnel of American government, but it was not followed in the Pentagon and was followed only half-heartedly by Eisenhower in the White House. The President sought to keep the moderate middle group of voters in his camp by radiating his personal charm around the country, but the Pentagon refused to follow Dulles's tactics of appeasing the neo-isolationists by refusing to defend their departmental employees. When Senator McCarthy turned his extravagant charges of subversion and treason from the State Department to the Army, the employees of the latter were defended by Secretary Robert Stevens, and McCarthy's downfall began. The neo-isolationist forces, although defeated at the ballot box in 1960 and 1962, still continued in an increasingly irresponsible form under a variety of names, much less obvious to the public eye than neo-isolationism, but equally in creating the history of 1945 to 1963, was the struggle within the American Defense Services as to what use would be made of the nuclear weapon. In 1945 the atom bomb was at once hailed as the absolute weapon against which there was no defense. If true, this would have meant the end of the Army and Navy, since the existing bomb, shaped like a hen's egg, 10 feet 8 inches long, 5 feet in diameter, and weighing 10,000 pounds, could be handled in the B-29 only by modifying its bomb drop to widen the opening, and could not be handled by the ground forces or by Navy guns or carrier planes. Moreover, the range and intensity of its destruction gave rise to immediate claims from the advocates of air power that mixed ground forces, slow-moving armored equipment, and all naval vessels, especially the expensive carriers and capital ships, were made obsolete by the new weapon. These extravagant claims were made more critical in their impact by the Strategic Bombing Surveys of World War II and the demobilization problems at the war's end. The advocates of air power from at least 1908 had made extravagant claims, usually based on future rather than on presently available equipment, that the airplane provided the final supreme weapon which made all other methods of warfare unnecessary. This was seen in the arguments of General Giulio Douhet of Italy, General Billy Mitchell of the United States, and the refugee Russian airplane designer Alexander D. Seversky. Douhet as early as 1921 preached that the next war would be ended in the first 24 hours by the total destruction of all enemy cities from the air. Mitchell in the mid-1920s raised a great furor with his claims that land-based planes had made battleships and lesser naval vessels obsolete, and Seversky, before, during, and after World War II, claimed that their power had made other arms needless. We have seen how these claims had a considerable and pernicious influence on men's actions before and during World War, and many airmen who did not believe these claims nevertheless felt that they had to support them in order to obtain a large slice of their country's defense funds from civilian politicians who were in no position to judge the merits of such claims. The experience of World War II did not, at first glance, support the claims of the advocates of air power. On November 3, 1944, the United States Secretary of War, on order of the President, set up a committee of 12 to conduct a strategic bombing survey to examine the contribution of strategic bombing to final victory by evaluating bomb damage, assessing captured German and Japanese documents, and interviewing the leaders of the defeated countries. The German survey, which came out in 208 parts over several years, beginning in 1945, did not, on the whole, support the claims of the air enthusiasts, but rather showed that the air force contribution was much less than had been anticipated or hoped, and had become substantial, chiefly in transportation and in gasoline supplies, only after October 1944, when Germany was already beaten with tactical air force help on the ground. These conclusions were very unwelcome to the Army Air Force officers devoted to strategic bombing, and especially to the airplane manufacturing industry, which had reached the multi-billion-dollar size and hoped to retain at least some of its market after the war's end. In the last few months of the war against Japan, At least $400 million worth of Boeing B-29SM parts were in action in the Pacific. Loss of faith in strategic bombing would expose Air Force officers and the Air Force industry to a grim and poverty-stricken post-war world. Accordingly, it became necessary to both groups to persuade the country that Japan had been defeated by strategic air power. The Strategic Bombing Survey of Japan did not support this contention, although by concentrating on strategic bombing it helped to cover up the vital role played by submarines in the destruction of the Japanese merchant marine, the equally vital role played by the early Marine Corps work in amphibious warfare, and, above all, in the magnificent job done by naval supply forces for all arms, including the strategic bombing bases themselves. The protection and supply of these bases in the Marianas was in sharp contrast with the loss of B-29 bases in continental China to Japanese ground forces, and showed to any unbiased outsider the need for a balanced distribution of all arms in any effective defense system. In such a balanced system, a role of strategic bombing and of large long-range planes in general as contrasted with tactical planes and fighters would obviously be less than either the Air Force officers or the airplane industrialists considered satisfactory. Accordingly, it became urgent for these two groups and their supporters to convince the country, one, that the atom bomb was not just another weapon but was the final, absolute weapon; 2, that the atom bomb had been the decisive factor in the Japanese surrender; and 3, that nuclear weapons were fitted only for air force use and could not be, or should not be, adapted for naval or ground force use. The first two of these points were fairly well established in American public opinion in 1945 to 1947, but the third, because of atomic secrecy, had largely to be argued out behind the scenes. All 3 points were largely untrue or true only if hedged about with reservations which would largely destroy their value as Air Force propaganda, but those who used them were defending interests, not truth, even when they insisted that the interests they were defending were those of the United States and not merely those of the Air Force. In this controversy, the scientists, most of whom were naively defending truth, were bound to be crushed. On the other hand, any dissident scientist could obtain access to money and support by making an alliance with the Air Force. At the center of this problem was the struggle for control of nuclear reactions within the United States. But the ultimate objective of the struggle was the right to exercise influence on the subdividing of the national defense budget. Thus, the struggle centered on the personnel of the Atomic Energy Commission (AEC) and especially of its Scientific Advisory Panel of outstanding scientists, the so-called General Advisory Committee (GAC) of the AEC. And at the center of the whole struggle was Robert Oppenheimer. Robert Oppenheimer, wartime director of the Los Alamos laboratory which made the A-bombs, was not a great scientist of the class including Einstein, Bohr, or Fermi, but his knowledge of the subject was profound, and wider than most. He was very well educated in cultural matters, especially literature and music, and could quote Homer in Greek and the Bhagavad Gita in Sanskrit at appropriate occasions. His social and, to a greater extent, his political education did not begin until about 1935, when he was 31 and already a full professor at California Institute of Technology and at the University of California. His political naivete continued until after the war. He had always been a persuasive talker, got along very well with a wide diversity of people, and during the war he discovered he was an excellent administrator. By 1947 he was the chief scientific advisor to most of the important agencies of the government, informally, if not formally, since other scientists frequently consulted with him before giving their decisions on problems. From 1947 on, he was chairman of the GAC, as well as a member of the Atomic Energy Committee of the Defense Department's Research and Development Board, of the National Science Foundation, of the President's Scientific Advisory Board, chairman of the board of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, and consultant on atomic energy to the CIA, to the State Department, to the National Security Council, to the American delegation to the United Nations, and to the Joint Congressional Committee on Atomic Energy, the congressional watchdog over the ADC. In all, he was on a total of 35 government committees. In spite of Oppenheimer's exalted positions in 1947 to 1953, which included the directorship of the Great Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, American copy of All Souls College at Oxford, there was a shadow on Oppenheimer's past. In his younger and more naive days he had been closely associated with communists. Certainly never a communist himself, and never, at any time, disloyal to the United States, he had, nonetheless, had long associations with communists. Partly this arose from his political inexperience, partly from the prevalence of communists among the intellectual circles of the San Francisco Bay region where he spent the years 1929 to 1942 as a professor, and partly from his sudden and belated realization of the terrible tragedy of the World Depression and of Hitler about 1936. At any rate, his brother, Frank Oppenheimer, and the latter's wife were Communist Party workers in San Francisco at least from 1937 to 1941. While Oppenheimer's own wife, whom he married in 1940, was an ex-communist, widow of a communist who had been killed fighting fascism in Spain in 1937. The Oppenheimers continued to have friends who were communists, and Oppenheimer contributed money until the end of 1941. Through communist channels, to Spanish refugee relief and to aid for migratory farm workers in California. As late as 1943 he had some kind of remote emotional relationship with a girl, daughter of a fellow professor, who was a communist. All of this derogatory information was known to General Groves and to Army Intelligence, G2, before Oppenheimer was made head of Los Alamos in 1942. The appointment was made because his talents were urgently needed, and there was no reason to feel that he was a communist himself or that he had ever been, or would ever be, disloyal to the United States. For the next 4 years Oppenheimer was kept under constant surveillance by them too, his conversations secretly recorded, telephone calls and letters monitored, and all his movements shadowed. In 1954, under oath, General Groves testified to his belief in Oppenheimer's discretion and loyalty, and he repeated this in his memoirs, published in 1962. The significance of all this is that this ancient evidence, plus Oppenheimer's alleged opposition to efforts to make the H-bomb in 1946 to 1949, was used by the advocates of air power, the neo-isolationists, the exponents of massive retaliation, and the professional anti-communists in 1953 to 1954 to destroy Oppenheimer's public reputation, to end his opportunity for continued public service, and to discredit the preceding Democratic administration in Washington. It was an essential element in the massive retaliation. Neo-isolationist, McCarthyite, Dulles Interregnum of 1953 to 1957, which ran almost exactly parallel to the post-Stalin interregnum in the Soviet Union during the same years. The last significant factor in this post-war period of 18 years was provided by the events in the Far East. In this factor also there are 3 subperiods, of which the most significant was the middle one from the loss of China to the Communists late in 1949 to the Geneva Summit Conference of July 1955. In this period the Far East was in confusion over the Chinese victory in mainland China, the outbreak of war in Korea in June 1950, the Korean Armistice of July 1953, the Indo-Chinese War and Armistice in 1953 to 1954, and the threatened Chinese Communist attack on Quemoy, if not on Formosa. In the winter of 1954 to 1955, the earlier period of Far Eastern history saw the slow decay of the nationalist Chinese regime of Chiang Kai-shek and the revival of Japan, while the later, third, period centered upon the growing strength and dangerous pugnacity of Red China. This third period ended with the Chinese attack on India in October 1962 and the break between Communist China and the Soviet Union at the end of 1962. The interweaving of these 6 factors makes up a major part of the history of the period 1945 to 1963. In each case we can discern 3 stages, of which the middle one is the most critical. The dates of these stages are not, of course, the same for all 6 factors, but they are close enough so that the whole 18 years can be examined successfully as 3 consecutive subperiods organized around the central core of the nuclear rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. Accordingly, we can examine this whole period in the 3 stages. 1. American atomic supremacy, 1945 to 1950. 2. The race for the H-bomb, 1950 to 1957. and 3. The race for the intercontinental ballistic missile IBM from 1957 to early 1963. The surrender of Japan left much of the world balanced between the mass armies of the Soviet Union and the American nuclear monopoly. It was an unequal balance, because the United States would not have used its atomic weapon against the Russians for anything Russia was likely to do. Stalin realized this, and largely ignored the atom bomb, although his designer, Andrei Tupolev, successfully copied 4 B-29s captured by the Russians in the Far East in 1944 and brought these to production as Tu-4s in 1947. Otherwise, the Kremlin's assessment of the situation was quite mistaken. Stalin assumed that the United States would soon relapse into isolationism, as it had done after World War I, and would be fully occupied until a post-war economic collapse like that of 1921. Accordingly, he regarded Britain as the chief obstacle to his plans, and, seeing that it was both small and weak, with most unpromising economic prospects, he proceeded to carry out his designs with relatively little attention to the reactions of either English-speaking power. These plans involved the creation of a Soviet-controlled buffer fringe of satellite states on the Soviet frontiers in all areas occupied by Soviet armies, and communist coalition governments beyond these areas. In both cases, the local communists would be controlled by leaders of their own nationality who had been trained under Comintern auspices in the Soviet Union. In some cases, these communist leaders had been exiles in Russia for more than 20 years. The chief error in Stalin's post-war strategy was his total misjudgment of President Truman and, on a wider stage, of the American people as a whole. Some of this error undoubtedly arose from Stalin's ignorance of the world outside Russia and from the fact that his terrorist tactics in Russia in the 1930s had made it difficult for him to get reliable foreign information from his diplomatic corps, which was shielded from contact with foreigners and was more concerned with sending Stalin the information he expected than with that derived from independent observations. In any case, the Kremlin misjudged both Truman and the American people. Truman, in spite of a natural suspicion of the Russians, ended the war with every intention of trying to carry out Roosevelt's original plans for post-war cooperation with the Soviet Union. In addition, having learned much from the 1920s, he intended to make every effort to avoid either a post-war economic depression or a relapse into isolationism. His success in avoiding these events made it possible to reverse his inherited policy of cooperation with Russia when Stalin's actions in 1946 to 1947 made it clear that cooperation was the last thing the Kremlin wanted. These actions appeared most clearly in regard to Germany. We have already noted the Soviet subversion of Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria by native communists returning from Russia under the protection of the Soviet armies. The same thing occurred, but more gradually, in eastern Germany. There the communists at first pretended to cooperate with any anti-fascist groups, but their unwillingness to cooperate with the Western powers in the administration of Germany appeared almost at once. They gradually closed off their occupation zone and refused to carry out the earlier agreements to treat Germany as a single administrative and economic unit. This meant that the usual economic exchange within Germany of food from the agricultural eastern portion of the country for the industrial products of Western Germany was broken. Instead, East German food was drained to the Soviet Union. To prevent starvation of the West Germans, the United States and Britain had to send in hundreds of millions of dollars worth of food and other supplies. On May 3, 1946, General Lucius D. Clay, head of the American military government in Germany, informed the Russians that no future agreements would be made to ship West German industrial equipment as reparations to Russia until the Russians agreed to treat Germany as an economic unit and to give some accounting of their reparations plundering of East Germany. Both points referred to open violations of the Potsdam Agreement regarding the treatment of Germany. The Soviet Union justified these and other violations of earlier agreements on the urgent need for their own economic rehabilitation. There can be no doubt that the Soviet Union had suffered great economic damage from the war, possibly the loss of a quarter of its pre-war wealth, more than all the other victor countries combined, but the Kremlin could have obtained much more by continued cooperation with the United States than it did from its post-war policy of studied enmity. This enmity was based on a number of factors. In the first place, Stalin was misled by the false ideology of Marx and Lenin, which spoke of the inevitable struggle of capitalism and communism, of the inevitable economic breakdown of the capitalist system, and of the capitalist endeavor to avoid such a breakdown by militarist aggression. On this basis, Stalin could not believe that the United States was prepared to be generous and cooperative toward the Soviet Union. Moreover, Stalin was worried by the weakness in depth of the Soviet system from economic damage and from ideological dissent. The war had been fought on an ideology of patriotism and nationalism, not as a communist ideological struggle, and the Kremlin by 1946 was eager to get back to its communist ideology, partly as justification of the new hardships of reconstruction under the Fourth Five-Year Plan March 13, 1946, and partly to overcome the Russian soldiers' admiration for what they had seen of the West. These soldiers, for example, were amazed to discover that the exploited German workers of whom they had heard so much had standards of living several times higher than those of the ordinary Russian. The discovery that ordinary Germans had watches, even wristwatches, was an astounding revelation to the Russian soldiers, who proceeded to seize these wherever they saw them. A third factor guiding Soviet behavior was the discovery that there was no mass support for Russia or for communist ideology in Eastern and Central Europe, especially among the peasants, and that the buffer of communist states along Russia's western border would have to be built on force and not non-consent. The governments of these states could be recruited from men of the respective nations who had been living in the Soviet Union for years under endless communist indoctrination, but the unindoctrinated masses in each country would have to be held in bondage by Soviet military forces, at least until local communist parties and local secret police organizations subservient to Moscow's orders could be built up. The urgent need for this, from the Kremlin's point of view, was shown when Austria and Hungary, although under Soviet military occupation, were permitted relatively free elections in November 1945. Both resulted in sharp defeats for the local communist parties. Because such an outcome could not be permitted in the buffer satellites farther east, elections there had to be postponed until the local governments were sufficiently communized and entrenched to be able to guarantee a favorable outcome to any election. It was this situation which made it impossible, in Russia's view, to carry out the promises made at Yalta and elsewhere about free elections in Poland or other countries neighboring on Russia. The United States, through Secretary of State Burns, assured the Kremlin that it wanted these neighboring states to have democratic governments friendly to the Soviet Union. The Kremlin knew, although Burns apparently did not, that these were mutually exclusive terms. They insisted these governments must be friendly, while he insisted that they must be free and democratic in the Western sense. Since the Kremlin assumed that Burns knew as well as they did of the contradiction in terms here, they assumed that his insistence on democratic governments in Eastern Europe indicated that he really wanted governments unfriendly to the Soviet Union. They were willing to call any governments which were friendly free and democratic, but Burns refused to accept this reversal of the ordinary American meaning of these words. These disputes over Germany and Eastern Europe, which Uder regarded in the West as Soviet violations of their earlier agreements at Yalta and Potsdam, were regarded in Moscow as evidence for Stalin's conviction of the secret aggressive designs of the West. By the winter of 1945 to 1946, the Russian peoples were being warned of the dangers from the West. This began in 1945 with attacks on cosmopolitanism and prohibitions of Soviet soldiers fraternizing with aliens, especially soldiers of the United States or Britain, in the course of their occupation duties. Early in November 1945, Molotov warned the Moscow Soviet that fascism and imperialist aggression were still loose in the world. Similar speeches were made by other Soviet leaders, including Stalin. By the spring of 1946, xenophobia, one of the oldest of Russian culture traits, was rampant again. In September 1946, and again in September 1947, Andrei Zhdanov, the Kremlin's leader of the international communist movement, made speeches which were simply declarations of ideological war on the West. They presented the Soviet Union as the last best hope of man, surrounded by prowling, capitalist beasts of prey seeking to destroy it. On this basis, the Soviet Union found it impossible to cooperate with the West or to accept the American economic assistance in reconstruction which was offered. The American Congress in the last renewal of the Lend-Lease Act in 1945 had forbidden use of these funds for post-war rehabilitation, but other funds were made available. For the transitional period these amounted to about $9 billion. These transitional funds were made available on a humanitarian and economic basis and not on political or ideological grounds. Accordingly, they were available to the Soviet Union and other areas under communist control in accordance with the provisions of each fund. For example, the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration (UNRWA) was an international organization which handled goods worth $3,683 million, of which 65% was provided from the United States, 15% from Britain, and 3.5% from Canada. Its grants went to 17 countries, with China first $518 million, Poland next $478 million, Italy with $418 million, Yugoslavia with $416 million, and the Ukraine, seventh, with $188 million. Beyond the primary humanitarian aim of most United States assistance was the desire to get local economies functioning, and efforts to further America's basic conviction of the value of a high level of international trade on a multilateral basis. The United States was opposed to all restrictive trade measures such as autarky, bilateralism, or quotas, and had as its ultimate aim the restoration of multilateral trade at the highest possible level, with freely convertible international monetary exchanges. It was convinced that such a system would be advantageous for all peoples, and did not see that it was anathema to the Soviet system, which had restrictions and quotas on economic life, even within the country, so that, while most Russians lived in poverty, a privileged minority, buying in special stores with special funds and special ration cards, had access to luxuries undreamed of by the ordinary person. In the American plans for economic recovery, Great Britain, as the world's greatest trader, had a special role. The United Kingdom could not exist without very large imports, but it could not pay for these without large exports. Such exports had to be much larger than before the war, even to pay for the pre-war level of imports, because many of Britain's pre-war sources of overseas incomes from investments, shipping, insurance, and so on, had been drastically reduced by the war. In 1945 the British balance of payments deficit was about £875 million sterling, and in 1946 it was still £344 million. To tide over this deficit until British exports could recover, the United States in July 1946 provided Britain with a credit of $3,750 million, with interest at 2% and repayment in 50 annual installments to begin on December 31, 1951. The interest was to be waived whenever the British trade balance would not pay for imports on her 1936 to 1938 level. In return for this, Britain gave rather indefinite promises to work to reduce its bilateralism in trade, especially imperial preference, and to release, as soon as feasible, its blocked sterling accounts. Lend-Lease was ended in September 1945, with the Japanese surrender, and all claims were settled with Britain under an agreement of December 1945. This cancelled the American grants under Lend-Lease of over $30,000 million and gave Britain permanent establishments on British soil, with supplies in Britain door en route, for a settlement of $650 million payable on the same terms as the British loan just mentioned. Assistance similar to these was available to the Soviet Union but was generally rebuffed. Even in 1945, efforts to establish international emergency committees for coal, transportation, and economic recovery in Europe were boycotted by the Soviet Union, with the exception of the one on transportation, which was necessary to supply the Russian troops. Little cooperation could be obtained from Soviet authorities for handling or aiding refugees, except for their demands for the return, to concentration camps or slave labor, of those who had fled from Eastern Europe. On October 15, 1945, Moscow signed an agreement similar to Britain's by which they agreed to pay, after July 1954, for the $250 million worth of goods on their final Lend-Lease demands yet unfilled when Lend-Lease ended, but they refused to discuss any general Lend-Lease settlement and they refused to negotiate for a general loan, similar to that made to Britain, although Stalin had asked for one of $6 billion as early as January 1945. An American offer to discuss such a credit was rejected by Russia as financial aggression in March 1946. The offer was renewed in April and again in September 1946. But the American aims of multilateral trade free of artificial restraints except tariffs, like the American insistence on free elections, were regarded in Moscow as clear evidence of America's aggressive aims. One significant, but perhaps not essential, factor in the deterioration of the relations of the Big Three in 1945 and 1946 lies in the provincial ignorance of the three foreign ministers, Burns, Bevin, and Molotov, who conducted the negotiations. All three were men of limited background and narrow outlook who saw the world from a narrow nationalistic point of view and were incapable of appreciating the outlook of different cultures or the different values and verbal meanings to be found in alien minds. Nevertheless, it does seem clear that the post-war breakdown of cooperation was inevitable in view of the conceptions of public authority, state power, and political security to be found in all three countries. On the whole, if blame must be allotted, it may well be placed at the door of Stalin's office in the Kremlin. American willingness to cooperate continued until 1947, as is evident from the fact that the Marshall Plan offer of American aid for a cooperative European recovery effort was opened to the Soviet Union. But it now seems clear that Stalin had decided to close the door on cooperation and adopted the unilateral policy of limited aggression about February or March of 1946. The beginning of the Cold War may be placed at the date of this inferred decision, or may be placed at the later and more obvious date of the Soviet refusal to accept Marshall Plan aid in July 1947. The significance of the latter date is revealed by the fact that Czechoslovakia, which accepted on July 7, was forced by Stalin's direct order to Prime Minister Gottwald to reverse this decision on July 10. One significant encouragement to Soviet aggression came from the almost total demobilization of the American war effort. Pressure from special interest groups such as business, labor unions, and cattlemen aroused public opinion for the ending of price controls and rationing, and obtained cooperation from an anti-New Deal coalition in Congress to end most of the nation's economic controls in 1946. At the same time came almost total military demobilization. In spite of Ambassador Harriman's explicit warnings from Moscow in April 1945, and Stalin's declaration of Cold Warfare in February 1946, the American government carried out the demobilization plan of September 1943, which was based on individual rather than on unit discharges. This destroyed the combat effectiveness of all units by the end of 1945, when almost half the men had been demobilized, and every unit, as a result, was at 50%. The Army's 8 million men in August 1945 was at 4 1/4 million by the end of the year, and reached 1.9 million by July 1946. The Air Force fell from 218 combat groups to 109 groups in the last 4 months of 1945. The Navy fell from 3.4 million men in August 1945 to 1.6 million in March 1946. The most critical example of the Soviet refusal to cooperate and of its insistence on relapsing into isolation, secrecy, and terrorism is to be found in its refusal to join in American efforts to harness the dangerous powers of nuclear fission. Long before the test at Alamogordo, some of the nuclear scientists, spurred on once again by Szilard, were trying to warn American political leaders of the unique character of the dangers from this source. Centered in the Chicago Argonne laboratories, this group wished to prevent the use of the bomb on Japan, blow-up bomb but not general nuclear research, establish some kind of international control of the bomb, and reduce secrecy to a minimum. Early in April 1945, Szilard wrote to President Roosevelt to this effect, and, on the latter's death, sought out Burns and repeated his views verbally. The future Secretary of State found difficulty in grasping Szilard's arguments, especially as they were delivered in a Hungarian accent. But the new President Truman soon set up an interim committee to give advice on nuclear problems. This committee, led by Secretary of War Stimson, was dependent on its scientific members, Bush, Conant, and Carl T. Compton, for relevant facts, or could call on its scientific panel of Oppenheimer, Fermi, Arthur H. Compton, and Ito Lawrence for advice. All these scientists except Fermi were official scientists, deeply involved in governmental administrative problems involving large budgets and possible grants to their pet projects and universities, and were regarded with some suspicion by the agitated, largely refugee, scientists in the Manhattan District laboratories. These suspicions deepened as the official scientists recommended use of the bomb on Japan near workers' houses. At Chicago, 7 of the agitated scientists, led by James Franck of Göttingen Nobel Prize, 1925, and including Szilard and Eugene Rabinowitz, sent another warning letter to Washington. They forecast the terror of the nuclear arms race which would follow use of the bomb against Japan. Later, in July 1945, they presented a petition seeking an international demonstration and international control of the new weapon. Szilard obtained 67 signatures to this petition before it was blocked by General Groves and Arthur Compton, using military secrecy as an excuse. After Hiroshima, this group formed the Association of Atomic Scientists, later reorganized as the Federation of Atomic Scientists, whose bulletin BAS has been the greatest influence and source of information on all matters concerned with the political and social impact of nuclear weapons. The editor of this amazing new periodical was Eugene Rabinowitz. The energetic lobbying of this group of atomic scientists had a considerable influence on subsequent atomic history. When the official scientists, late in 1945, supported the administration's May Johnson bill, which would have shared domestic control of atomic matters with the armed services, the BAS group mobilized public opinion behind the junior senator from Connecticut, Brian McMahon, and pushed through the McMahon bill to presidential signature in August 1946. The McMahon bill set up an Atomic Energy Commission (AEC) of 5 full-time civilian commissioners, named by the President, with David Lilienthal, former TVA czar, as chairman. This commission, from August 1946, had ownership and control of all fissionable materials, uranium and thorium, from the mine to the final disposal of atomic wastes, including control of all plants and process patents, with the right to license private nuclear enterprises free of danger to society. The AEC as it functioned was a disappointment to the BAS scientists. They had sought freedom from military influence and reduced emphasis on the military uses of nuclear fission, free dissemination of theoretical research, and a diminution of the influence of the official scientists. They failed on all these points, as the AEC operated largely in terms of weapons research and production, remained extravagantly secretive even on purely theoretical matters, and was, because of the scientific ignorance of most of the commissioners, inevitably dominated by its scientific advisory committee of official scientists led by Oppenheimer. To the BAS group and to a wider circle of non-scientists, the ADC was a more or less temporary organization within the United States, whose work would be taken over eventually by a somewhat similar international organization. As a first step in this direction, the United Nations, at the suggestion of Bush and Conant and on the joint invitation of three heads of English-speaking governments, President Truman, Prime Minister Attlee, and Prime Minister Mackenzie King of Canada, set up the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission (UNAC) of all members of the Security Council plus Canada, January 1946. The State Department Committee led by Under-Secretary Dean Acheson and David Lilienthal and a second committee of citizens led by Bernard Baruch spent much of 1946 in a monstrous task of trying to work out some system of international control of nuclear energy. The task of educating the non-scientists generally fell on Oppenheimer, who gave dozens of his brilliant, extemporaneous, chalk-dusted lectures on nuclear physics. The final plan, presented to the UN by Baruch on June 14, 1946, provided an international control body similar to the AEC. It would own, control, or license all uranium from the mine through processing and use, with operation of its own nuclear facilities throughout the world, inspection of all other such facilities, absolute prohibition of nuclear bombs for diversion of nuclear materials to non-peaceful purposes, and punishment for evasion or violation of its regulations free from the great power veto which normally operated in the Security Council of UN. The vital point in Baruch's plan was that it would go into effect by stages so that inspection and monopoly of nuclear materials would be operative before the American atomic plants were handed over to the new international agency and before the American stockpile of nuclear bombs was dismantled. This extraordinary offer, an offer to give up the American nuclear monopoly, technical secrets, and weapons to an international agency, in return for a possibly ineffective system of international inspection, was brusquely rejected by Andrei Gromyko on behalf of the Soviet Union within 5 days. The Soviet spokesman demanded instead the reverse sequence of stages covering one immediate outlawing and destruction of all nuclear weapons, with prohibition of their manufacture, possession, or use, to a subsequent agreement for exchange of information, peaceful use of atomic energy, and enforcement of regulations, and 3. No tampering whatever with the great power veto in the UN. Since only the United States had the atom bomb at the time, the adoption of this sequence could require the United States to give up the bomb without any assurance that anyone else would do anything, least of all adopt any subsequent controlled methods which might allow the Soviet Union to make its own bombs in secret after the United States had destroyed its in public. The nature of this Soviet suggestion shows clearly that the Soviet Union had no real desire for international control, probably because it was unwilling to open the secret life of the Soviet Union, including bomb-making, to international inspection. The Soviet refusal of the American efforts at international nuclear control, like their refusal of American loans and economic cooperation, provide some of the evidence of the Kremlin's state of mind in 1946. This evidence became overwhelming in 1947 and 1948, when Soviet aggression appeared along the whole crescent from Germany, across Asia, to the Far East. In Germany, as we have seen, the area under Soviet occupation was increasingly isolated from the West and increasingly communized internally. The Soviet military forces encouraged the formation of a dominant German Socialist Unity Party set under communist control. Local provincial elections in the winter of 1946 to 1947 gave victory to the set in the Soviet zone and two democratic parties, the Christian Democrats and Social Democrats, in the provinces of the three western zones. Austria was also divided into four areas of military occupation, except that it had a single central government of its own under the old Social Democrat leader, Karl Renner, who had also been Chancellor in 1919. While the Anglo-Americans supported the Austrians against starvation by the use of UNRRA assistance, the Soviet zone was systematically ransacked. This destroyed all communist influence in the country, as was clear when the election of November 1945 reduced them to 4 seats in an assembly of 165 members. Only in May 1955, 2 years after Stalin's death, was it possible to get Soviet consent to a peace treaty and withdrawal of all 4 occupying forces of October 1955. Even the Friends of Russia suffered from Stalin's pressure and his insistence that the Kremlin must remain the center for communist decisions throughout the world. In Yugoslavia, where Tito was originally as anti-Western as Stalin himself, Moscow's efforts to dominate Yugoslavia alienated Tito completely by a combination of economic, diplomatic, and propaganda pressure. The rivalry between the two Slavs came to a head at the end of 1947 when Tito tried to build up a non-Russian communist bloc by signing friendship treaties with Bulgaria, Hungary, and Romania. By March 1948, a complete break between Belgrade and Moscow was reached. Tito took his place next to Trotsky in Stalin's list of the damned, and the next few years were filled with efforts to overthrow Tito, and the purging of Tito sympathizers by Stalin's cooperative jackals in the other communist satellites. Farther east, strong Soviet pressure had been put on Greece, Turkey, and Iran since 1945. On Greece, this pressure came through the communist regimes in Albania, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria, but in Turkey and Iran it came from the Soviet Union directly. These pressures were probably designed to bring into power in the three countries governments relatively favorably inclined toward the Soviet Union to the extent that the latter could obtain the veto power over any collaboration of the three with the Western powers, especially with Great Britain. This was an effort in which Stalin had few good cards and which showed his ignorance of political conditions in countries outside his own. In these three, as in other countries, most people desired two things: political independence and economic aid. Neither of these could be or would be obtainable from Stalin. The first because it violated his imperious nature, and the second because of economic scarcity in the Soviet Union itself. Nevertheless, the effort was made. In Greece, the election of March 31, 1946 gave the Popular Party, which supported the king, 231 out of 354 seats in the chamber. The following September, a plebiscite on the return of the monarchy gave 69% favorable votes. The communist groups refused to accept these results, and by 1946 were carrying on guerrilla warfare in the mountains, using the three adjacent communist states as bases for supplies, training, and rest areas. A commission of the Security Council of the UN studied the situation in the early months of 1947 and condemned Greece's three northern neighbors, but a Soviet veto stopped any further action by the UN. Instead, the guerrilla leader General Marcos set up a Greek provisional government in the mountains, but alienated much support among Greece's impoverished peasants by the banditry of his guerrillas, and especially by their kidnapping of thousands of peasant children who were smuggled into the three communist countries for communist indoctrination. Many of these children did not return for 8 or 10 years, and hundreds vanished forever. Large groups returned from Albania as late as 1963. The Soviet pressure on Turkey was uncalled for and totally unremunerative. We have already noted that the Soviet-German Accords of 1940–1941 showed Soviet ambitions for bases on the Bosporus and the Dardanelles, and for a sphere of political influence south of Batum and Baku in the general direction of the Persian Gulf. Thus, in this area, as in the Far East, Stalin resumed the expansionist aims of Tsarist Russia. At Potsdam, Stalin had looked even farther afield by asking for a trusteeship in the former Italian colony of Lydia and a less definite influence in Eritrea on the western shore of the Red Sea. These aims were formally demanded by Moscow in September 1945 and in April 1946 Conference of Foreign Ministers in Paris. As early as March 19, 1945, Russia denounced its treaty of friendship with Turkey and within a few months made demands, both official and unofficial, for Kars, Trebizond, and other areas of northeastern Turkey. Anti-Turkish agitation was encouraged among the Kurds, a non-Turkish people living at the base of the Anatolian Peninsula and divided among Turkey, Iran, and Iraq, and the Georgia Socialist Soviet Republic demanded 8 Turkish provinces covering much of the Black Sea coast and Kurdistan. On August 8, 1946, Molotov demanded a joint Soviet-Turkish defense of the Straits. Only after Stalin's death, on May 30, 1953, did the Kremlin renounce the earlier territorial demands on Turkey, but by that time the alienation was complete. Turkey had been driven into the western camp, soon allied with Greece and Yugoslavia in a defensive alignment against the North Balkan Soviet satellites. August 1954, and became the eastern pillar of NATO. The Soviet aggressions on Iran began in 1945 when Soviet-sponsored communists, under the protection of the Russian armies occupying northern Iran, set up independent communist governments at Tabriz and in Iranian Kurdistan. These were apparently intended to be incorporated into Soviet Azerbaijan, with the Kurdish areas to be taken from Turkey, but the failure of the latter scheme made this impossible. Nevertheless, the Russian army refused to evacuate northern Iran in March 1946, as it was bound to do by the agreement of January 29, 1941, which had admitted it. Only in May did Iran win Soviet evacuation of its forces by agreeing to form a joint Soviet-Iranian oil company to exploit the petroleum resources of northern Iran, a project which never was fulfilled. By the end of 1946, Britain found the burden of providing military and economic aid to Greece and Turkey too heavy for its overstrained resources. It was, moreover, eager to overcome the American aloofness in the Near East, where it felt it was bearing much of the Soviet pressure alone. Accordingly, in February 1947, it threatened to withdraw completely from Greece and Turkey by April 1. On March 12, the American president enunciated the Truman Doctrine to a joint session of Congress. This stated that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. He asked for financial assistance to free peoples to work out their own destinies in their own way. His request for $400 million for aid to Greece and Turkey was granted, after considerable debate, in May 1947. 2 weeks later, at Harvard's commencement, Secretary of State General George C. Marshall enunciated the Marshall Plan, which offered American economic support for a European recovery program which would include the Soviet Union and other communist states. Once again, Stalin's ignorance committed him to an unrewarding path. He rejected this offer, and forced Czechoslovakia, which had previously accepted, to do the same. The path Stalin was following took a more aggressive turn in 1947 and 1948. This involved complete Soviet domination of the area already under communist control, the shift of communist parties from coalition to opposition in other areas, the instigation of communist outbreaks in colonial areas especially in the Far East, and the expulsion of the Western powers from their enclave in Berlin. All this was to be achieved while avoiding an open clash with the United States. As part of this process, which was badly bungled everywhere except in Czechoslovakia, the Communists withdrew from the bourgeois coalition governments which they had joined in 1944 to 1945, in Belgium in March 1947, in France and Italy in May, and in Austria in the autumn. At the same time, agitation from communist-dominated trade unions was increased, and the first post-war large-scale strikes began at the end of the year. As part of this same harassment, the Soviet Union and the unvetoed applications for membership by Italy and Finland, in the states already under communist control, The Soviet influence was intensified by efforts to establish a system in which the local parties and secret police were controlled by Soviet agents in the Russian embassies. As part of this effort, the Third International, or Comintern, which had been dissolved in theory by Stalin in December 1943 but had continued to operate secretly out of Moscow, was re-established under the new name Cominform. This was done under Zhurdanov's direction at a meeting of representatives of the Communist parties of France, Italy, Poland, Bulgaria, Romania, Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, held in Poland in September 1947. The delegates were told by Zhdanov and Georgy Malenkov of the Soviet Union that the world was now divided into two antithetical forces: the imperialist group headed by the United States and the peace-loving group headed by the Soviet Union, and that it was necessary to re-establish direct operational control of the Communist parties. The Soviet effort to obtain operational control of the party in Yugoslavia was vigorously resisted by Tito. As a final effort in this direction, Stalin in February 1948 tried to force Yugoslavia into a federation with more docile Bulgaria. Tito flatly refused. As a result, Yugoslavia was expelled from the Cominform in June 1948, and all-out economic, propaganda, ideological, and political warfare was begun by the Soviet bloc against Tito. The conflict was used by Stalin as an excuse to purge all oppositionist communists within the bloc as Titoists. As part of this struggle, Tito closed the Yugoslav border to the Greek guerrillas, with the result that they, with General Marcos, ended their disturbances in 1949, and Tito became a recipient of American economic aid which eventually reached $700 million. This process reached its climax with the achievement of a Greek-Yugoslav alliance in 1954. The parallel effort by Stalin to take Czechoslovakia completely into the communist camp was more successful, and was, in fact, the most successful of his numerous efforts to increase his power in the last 6 years of his life. In Czechoslovakia, the Russian-trained communist Klement Gottwald had become prime minister in a coalition government in July 1946. In February 1948, the Communist Minister of the Interior replaced 8 police officials by Communists, was overruled by the cabinet, but refused to back down, calling out into the streets the workers' militia, armed factory workers, and the police, all three under Communist control, to sustain his refusal. When the non-communist ministers protested and some threatened to resign, Gottwald threatened the ill President Benes with civil war if he did not dismiss 12 non-communist ministers. Benes, who had been determined to seek support from Russia and not from the Western powers since his unhappy disillusionment with the latter at Munich in September 1938, yielded to Gottwald's demands on February 25, 1948. He himself resigned on May 4 and died in September 1948. His friend, Foreign Minister January Masaryk, son of the founder of Czechoslovakia, and the chief Czech advocate of a pro-Western policy, died mysteriously high the fall from a window on May 10. The communist control of Czechoslovakia was then complete. Stalin's victory in Czechoslovakia was followed by an even more dramatic defeat, in an effort to eject the United States, France, and Britain from their sectors in West Berlin. Apparently he believed that the United States was considering a withdrawal from Berlin and that a Soviet push would hasten that event. The former belief may have been based on good evidence, but the latter inference from it was quite mistaken. American policy in Germany for almost 3 years. April 1945. A page RIL 1948 was a confusion of conflicting and ambiguous objectives. The basic idea, going back to 1942, was to make it impossible for Germany to wage aggressive war again. But no plans had been made, even on a tentative basis, as to how this goal should be sought. Two decisions left unsolved were whether Germany would be broken up and how reparations might be obtained from her without building the country up economically to provide these. Efforts by the State Department to settle these questions were blocked by other departments, notably by the Civil Affairs Division of the War Department, which wanted them left unsettled, and by the Treasury Department, which had totally different aims from State. In a far-sighted message from London in August 1944, Ambassador John Winant warned that lack of an agreed reparations policy would inevitably lead to a breakdown of joint Allied control of Germany and to a struggle with Russia for control of Germany. These wise words were ignored, and President Roosevelt, to stop the bickering, postponed all decisions. Secretary of the Treasury Morgenthau took advantage of this lacuna and of his close personal friendship with Roosevelt to push forward his own pet scheme to reduce Germany to a purely agricultural state by almost total destruction of her industry, the millions of surplus population to be, if necessary, deported to Africa. The Secretary, supported by his Assistant Secretary, Harry Dexter White, was deeply disturbed by Germany's history of aggression and by her efforts to annihilate other races, and was fairly certain that an American relapse into isolationism would make it possible for Germany to try again. The only way to prevent such an attempt, he felt, was to reduce Germany's industry, and thus her war-making capacity, as close to nothing as possible. The resulting chaos, inflation, and misery would be but slight repayment for the horror Germany had inflicted on others over many years. By personal influence, Morgenthau obtained acceptance of a somewhat modified version of this plan by both Roosevelt and Churchill at the Quebec Conference of September 1944. There is little doubt that Churchill's approval had been won by his scientific advisor, Lord Charles, who had personal animosities against Germany and had been the chief civilian advocate of indiscriminate bombing of German cities. The error at Quebec was quickly repudiated, but no real planning was done, and the Morgenthau plan played a considerable role in J.C.'s 1067, The directive set up to guide the American military occupation of Germany. In the same context, the vague and unsettled reparations discussions at Yalta proposed that reparations of $20,000 million, of which half to go to Russia, be obtained by the dismantling of German industry. The JC's 1067 directive ordered that Germany be treated as a defeated enemy and not as a liberated country, with the chief objective that of preventing future German aggression. No steps were to be taken to secure its economic recovery. At the Potsdam Conference it was agreed that the German economy should not be permitted to recover higher than a level which would sustain the occupation forces and displaced refugee persons, with standards of living for the German people themselves no higher than the average standards of living of other European countries. This rather ambiguous level was subsequently defined as equal to the German standard of living of 1932, at the bottom of the Depression. The level, in fact, which had brought Hitler to power in January 1933. It took more than 2 years of misery for Germany and frustrating relations with the Soviet occupation forces to secure any change in these American objectives. During these 2 years, lack of equipment, of fertilizers, and of encouragement to enterprise made German economic and social conditions worsen until the end of 1947. Much of the country was still in ruins. Housing was lacking. Production of food and coal were in almost total collapse. Unemployment was very high. Inflation was rampant. Crime, especially from bands of displaced persons, ex-Nazis, and juvenile delinquents, was widespread, and the black market, using cigarettes as a monetary standard, was flourishing. Hunger and cold in the winter took a considerable toll, and the Germans, for 2 years, experienced some of the misery they had inflicted on others in the preceding dozen or more years. Without a revival of industry, which was hampered by disarmament, reparations, and war damage, it was impossible to resume the two vital necessities of recovery: increased mining of coal and export of industrial products to pay for food imports. By the end of 1947, the Americans and British were thoroughly tired of paying astronomical sums each year to keep food flowing to Western Germany. All efforts to make an economic reunion with Eastern Germany failed because of Soviet insistence that such a re-establishment of interchange of food for industrial products between the two halves of Germany must be tied in with recognition of renewed Soviet claims for $10 billion in reparation payments to be taken from current production, 2 points which had been unsettled by the wartime agreements. To revive German industry so that it could pay for imports of food, the Anglo-Americans devised the reform of the German currency. The Soviet government objected violently to this, because it might work but also because it would inevitably bind West Germany economically to the West. If the products of the revived West German industry could not be exchanged for Eastern European food, they would have to be exchanged for food and raw materials from the West. The German currency reform of 1948 is the fiscal miracle of the post-war world. From it came an explosion of industrial expansion and economic prosperity for West Germany. To the dying of the West German economy to the West. 3. An example and model for other Western European countries and for Japan in economic expansion, and for a wave of prosperity for Western Europe as a whole, which continued year after year and refuted completely the claims of communists or even socialists and, to a lesser extent, the claims of American businessmen that they held the sole key to prosperity. The reform, which went into effect on June 1, 1948, drastically reduced the volume of money in Western Germany by exchanging new Deutsche Marks for the current Reichsmarks on a 1-to-1 basis for the first 60, but on a 6.5 to 100 basis for all over 60. The new marks were blocked in banking accounts in complicated ways which encouraged their use for production. The Soviet Union used the monetary reform in West Germany as an excuse for its blockade of Berlin, which lasted in extreme form from June 24, 1948, to May 12, 1949, although it had begun, on a partial basis, on March 31. It began in an atmosphere of rapidly rising East-West tension. In December 1947, the King of Romania was forced into abdication and exile. Shortly after the new year, the Sed in East Germany was purged of any leaders likely to show independence towards Stalin. The Czech takeover in February 1948 was preceded by Soviet invitations to Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, and Finland to sign military alliances with Russia. All did so, but the Finnish delegates in February flatly refused Stalin's demand that the Soviet have the right to move troops into Finland on its own decision. In Italy, on April 18, 1948, desperate communist efforts to get a strong foothold in the Italian government were defeated in the first general elections under the new Republican Constitution. This election marks the turning point in post-war Italian history, just as the simultaneous Berlin crisis and monetary reform mark the turning point in post-war German history. The Communists had participated in all three of Italy's post-war governments, under the Christian Democrat Prime Minister Alcide de Gasperi, but went into opposition in his fourth government, set up on May 31, 1947, as they did in all countries of Western Europe about the same time. The new Constitution of January 1, 1948, required a new election during which the fate of newly democratic Italy hung in the balance. The results were a great defeat for the Communists, who obtained only 182 seats in their Popular Front alliance with the left-wing Socialists, compared to 307 Christian Democrat members in the Assembly of 570 seats. The Soviet decision to push the Western powers out of their occupation sectors in Western Berlin was part of this general Soviet movement. It was accompanied by claims that the whole city was an integral part of the Soviet occupation zone of Eastern Germany and that the Western powers were present there only on sufferance. To this the Western powers answered that their presence in Berlin was on exactly the same basis as that of the Russians, the right of conquest. The Kremlin at no time admitted that it was establishing a blockade or that its aim was to eject the Western powers. Its aims, rather, were to close access to smugglers, criminals, and eventually to the new illegal marks introduced by the monetary reform. As we have seen, through the neglect of General Lucius Clay, as Eisenhower's deputy in 1945, the Western powers had obtained no Soviet recognition of their access rights to Berlin from the Western occupation zones of Germany. Rail, final, road, and air traffic to the west were under Soviet control and were constantly harassed by shifting regulations, delays, and open obstacles. By the early months of 1948, rail and road routes were tied in knots, and air traffic along the recognized corridor was jeopardized by trespassing Soviet fighter planes, intruding barrage balloons, and unannounced aircraft gunfire. On May 5, the Russian fighter pilot, buzzing the British transport plane as it approached Berlin, collided with it and killed himself and the 15 persons on the British plane. On June 24, all traffic by ground to Berlin from the west was closed, on a variety of excuses, and only the harassed air corridor was open. Hopes of supplying the 2 million persons in the western sectors of the city by air were dim, as the population's need for food was over 2,000 tons a day and the need for coal for power would be about 5,000 tons a day, excluding home heating. Nevertheless, the attempt began. Day after day the operation became more intense and more efficient, with planes landing, originally at 2, later at 3, airports, as fast as they could act in. This continued night and day, reached 3,000 tons in 362 planes on July 5 and erratically crept upward, in spite of deteriorating weather conditions and lengthening darkness, through the winter. In September the city government, broken up by communist mobs, moved from the Soviet sector to the western part of the city, but was replaced by a new, completely communist city government in the eastern sector. The Western powers stopped all goods flowing between zones to the east and began to merge the three zones of the Western powers and took steps to create the Western German government to rule over them in succession to the military occupation regime. To indicate the temporary nature of the new system, until the reunion of Eastern Germany could permit establishment of a permanent government, the new regulations were called a basic law rather than a constitution, and were drawn up by a council of delegates from the provincial assemblies rather than by an elected constituent assembly. The new West German regime began to operate in May 1949. In the same month as the ending of the Berlin blockade. The Berlin blockade was won by the West because of the tireless efficiency of the airlift and the resolute determination of the airliners themselves to undergo any personal hardships or death rather than to submit to another despotic government. Food was scarce, other supplies non-existent, and heat almost totally lacking through the winter of 1948 to 1949. Some starved, and many froze, but the resistance did not waver. and the airlift went on night and day, in spite of weather, weariness, and accidents which killed 61 Burman. The planes roared in and out again. Soviet harassment of the airlift, by night flying on instrument in the air corridor, was never sufficient to stop it, as the Soviet clearly feared to push the dispute to open conflict. By September, planes were landing around the clock, every 3 minutes. Daily tonnage crept slowly upward, past 5,000 tons a day as the new year opened, and by April passed 8,000 tons a day. One day that month, 1,398 planes, landing every 62 seconds, delivered 12,941 tons of supplies. The Soviet blockade had been defeated. On May 12, after elaborate negotiations, the ground routes to the city were reopened. In 11 months the American airlift had landed more than 1.6 million tons of freight in about 200,000 flights, a demonstration which undoubtedly awed even the Russians. And, in the interval, West Germany had been united from 3 zones to 1 and had obtained its own German government. The West German elections of August 14, 1949, gave the Christian Democrats 31% of the vote, with 139 seats in the parliament. The chief opposition party, the Social Democratic, had 29%, with 131 seats. The Communists, with 5% and 15 seats, were in 5th place, after 2 other minority groups, the conservative, centralist Free Democrats with 52 seats, and the moderate, anti-Russian, Federalist German Party with 17 seats. Though the first Chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, an anti-Nazi who had been imprisoned by Hitler, won his post by only a single vote, he kept it until 1963. The critical year 1949, which showed so clearly that the Kremlin's influence in Europe was severely limited within the area of control of the Soviet armies, saw also a shift of Stalin's activity to the Far East, where he tried new tactics in new circumstances. In Europe, outside the area of Soviet military occupation, even in West Berlin, Stalin had met a series of defeats in Austria, Germany, Yugoslavia, Greece, Turkey, Iran, and even Finland. In the Far East, where there was no extensive area of Soviet military control, different tactics were both necessary and possible. There also Stalin was largely defeated, although it took many years to demonstrate this fact. His defeat arose from his failure to recognize that communism could advance in backward areas only so long as it was anti-colonial rather than communist and worked to further local interests rather than those of Moscow. Stalin did not recognize these truths, and Soviet success in adopting tactics based on them was largely reserved for his successors after 1953. At first glance, the communist success in ejecting the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek from China does not seem to support these remarks. Stalin was like a shrewd old wolf of the North Siberian forest. Understanding nothing outside his own experience, he never forgot what had happened to himself. Stalin had been involved once before, in 1927, in an effort to communize China, and had failed in the attempt. In the Far East, he wanted the weak China surrounded by small states in which American influence was minimal. Such a weak China could be guaranteed by continued rule under the nationalist government, possibly with the Communists playing a role in a coalition, as the United States seemed to wish. Through such a weak and divided China, Stalin could anticipate no threat to himself either from American efforts or from China itself. To reduce the danger of either of these alternatives, Stalin would have welcomed communist or largely communist regimes in Japan, Korea, Southeast Asia, and Indonesia, with an autonomous or independent communist Chinese regime in control of northwestern China, and possibly even Manchuria, as a buffer to the Soviet Union's own territories. At the end of the war in the Far East in 1945, it was clear to most observers that Roosevelt's pretense that nationalist China was a great power, like his equally confused pretense that France was not a significant power, was mistaken. China's war effort against Japan weakened fairly steadily from Pearl Harbor to the end. This decline resulted, very largely, from the almost total corruption of the regime, which left the Chinese peasant in sullen discontent and roused open disfavor among many urban groups, notably students. Many portions of the huge area of China were only nominally subject to Chiang Kai-shek's rule, and a very considerable extent in the western and northwestern far interior were subjected to the communist regime of Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, operating out of Yan'an, in barren northern Shensi province. Chiang Kai-shek was a man of considerable ability and experience, and was deeply involved with cliques, warlords and landlords whose chief aims were to profit from their public positions and from their close associations with Chiang and to resist, by any means, efforts to reform or strengthen China which might reduce their opportunities for personal gain. These relationships, in 1945, in some cases had continued for almost 20 years. American aid and the contributions of the Chinese themselves disappeared in the network of mutually beneficial relationships which were spread throughout the system and which made it impossible for the Chiang regime to provide a decent living for the people of China or even to defend itself against possible enemies, internal or external. Arms and supplies from abroad were dissipated, vanishing in one way or another, sometimes forever, but on other occasions they turned up subsequently in the hands of guerrillas or of the communist enemies of Chiang's regime. An enormous and incompetent army drained from the peasants, at low prices, large requisitions which were sold, usually for private profit, at high prices into urban black markets. In the 2 years following the defeat of Japan, $1,432 million in American assistance to China vanished in one way or another, and at the end the Chinese army and the Chiang regime was weaker than ever. The aid was secretly diverted to the Communists. In spite of this weakness, the nationalist government refused to obey American advice either to reform or simply to consolidate itself in the parts of China it still controlled. It was determined to destroy the communist regime, especially when Mao began to take steps to consolidate the buffer area which he and Stalin wished to establish in northwestern and northern China. This determination became the panic to prevent the Russian forces in Manchuria from turning over that rich area to the communist units. The Soviet forces there, after looting the area under the guise of reparations from Japan, began to withdraw early in 1946. By a simple process of informing Mao and not informing Chiang of their withdrawal schedules, they ensured that the abandoned areas should be occupied immediately by Communist forces. The United States, which had been engaged in evacuating 3 million Japanese from China, moved 14 nationalist Chinese armies, most of which had been trained and equipped by the United States, to North China and Manchuria to block the communist takeover. After the defeat of the communist forces in the north, however, the nationalists, contrary to American advice, attempted to crush the communist forces everywhere. They did succeed in capturing the communist capital of Vietnam in March 1947, but, as the effort continued, their own forces were dispersed and defeated, while the Chinese forces, supported by disgruntled peasants, took over much of rural China. General Marshall, on a mission from President Truman, spent much of 1946 in China. At first he hoped to work out some kind of coalition regime which would stop the civil war by taking communists into the Chiang government in a minority role. Because this was not acceptable to either side, Marshall, and later 1947 General Wedemeyer, tried to get Chiang to reform and to consolidate in the areas he still controlled. Promises were free, but efforts to carry them out were insignificant. In an attempt to force the nationalist government to stop the Civil War and carry out the American program of reform, consolidation, and coalition with the Communists, an American embargo on arms shipments to China existed for 11 months, from August 1946 to July 1947. Unfortunately, this was just the period in which the Communists were expanding their forces with captured Japanese arms obtained from the Russians and with large acquisition of earlier American arms shipments to the nationalists which were allowed to go to the Reds. To stop this it would have been necessary to allot at least 10,000 American officers to Chiang's forces, attached to every unit down to company level. Neither side wanted to do this, as the problems of language translation, of inability to enforce recommendations, or to overcome personal Chinese resentment against such interference by foreigners were almost insuperable. Marshall, in 1946, became convinced that the nationalist regime was hopeless and that it could overcome the communists only if the United States took actual control by American personnel and fought the communists with American troops. Actually, his mind was already made up at this time, and he was secretly working with those in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere who were planning the betrayal of the Chinese people and the forces of Chiang Kai-shek. He was unwilling to do this because he felt that the Chinese would resent it themselves, and it would make impossible any American effort to save Europe from direct Soviet control. Since there could be no question that Europe was more significant by an immense margin, he made the choice, represented by the Marshall Plan, to save Europe. The Marshall Plan was a gigantic American taxpayer-supported build-up of the German industrial machine. He did not regard the Chinese position as total loss because he was convinced that any Chinese regime, nationalist or communist, would find it almost impossible to create the strong and prosperous China. General Wedemeyer, whose report was submitted to Washington in 1949, felt that large American aid and control should be extended as a method of delaying the communist advance. However, Wedemeyer, unlike Marshall, gave less consideration either to Europe or to political possibilities in Washington. The policy adopted in the Truman administration was something of a compromise between the Marshall and Wedemeyer recommendations. On the whole, the administration secretly adjusted its outlook to the hopelessness of the Chiang regime and its future, but it did continue assistance by appropriating $400 million in Chinese aid in 1948. In reality, the opposite was true. The Truman administration, like the Roosevelt administration, was upholding the secret agreements it had made with Stalin to turn over China to the Communists. The inability of the Chiang government to make any substantial use of such aid continued to be revealed in 1947 to 1949. The printing of paper money for the government's expenses continued until the Chinese paper dollar became almost valueless. In August 1948, the new yuan currency replaced the previous Chinese dollar at a rate of 1 yuan to $3 million, but the new money was decreased in value by deflation as the old had been. Actually, the forces of Chiang Kai-shek were opposed at every conceivable way to ensure the victory of Mao and his forces. On November 6, the American military mission decided unanimously that the situation could not be saved without the use of American ground forces and that no amount of military assistance would save the present situation. At mid-January 1949, the main field armies north of the Yangtze were destroyed by Communist forces. By that time, Mao's successes were going far beyond the limits expected. Soviet agents from Central Asia took over Xinjiang province. But in China itself, Mao's advance could be financed from Chinese areas already controlled and could be fought with weapons captured from national forces to add to the captured Japanese weapons obtained from Soviet sources earlier. The Communist victories were carried to conclusion in 1949. In January, Peiping was captured from the Nationalists and, 3 months later, the Yangtze River was crossed. and Nanking fell April 3. In the course of the summer, all the South fell, and the nationalist government, 8 years to the day after Pearl Harbor, fled from the mainland to Taiwan Formosa, where they were protected from communist pursuit by the United States 7th Fleet. In December 1949, Mao Zedong and Stalin met in Moscow. These led to a mutual assistance treaty signed on February 14, 1950. By this agreement, Mao sought economic and technical assistance which he needed to build up China, while Stalin sought to use these needs to turn China's unexpected developments in directions he desired. Most of the agreements remained secret, but the chief included a defensive military alliance, detailed agreements by which most of the railways and ports controlled by the Russians in the north would be turned over to the Red Chinese by the end of 195. These included Port Arthur, and a loan to China of $560 million a year for 5 years at 1% interest, much less in total than China had sought. Less tangible agreements left Outer Mongolia and Chinese Tannu in Soviet control, set up a condominium in Xinjiang, left North Korea in the area of Soviet control, and turned China's expansionist ambitions southward. At the same time, a secret agreement may have been made to support the projected North Korean attack on South Korea, as 50,000 Koreans in the Chinese Communist forces were weeded out and transferred to the North Korean army in the next 5 months. One consequence of the Sino-Soviet agreements of February 1950 was a mass influx of Soviet advisors and technicians into China to guide their allies in use of the new equipment and methods made possible by the Soviet loan. These rose to scores of thousands, of which about half were military. At the same time, about 6,000 Chinese students were admitted to university study in Russia. The American response to the Soviet refusal of post-war cooperation was confused and tentative. 4 months after the Truman administration recognized the situation, it was reluctant to make any public announcement of this fact because our military demobilization could not be reversed until it had run its course in 1947 and until a new strategic system and consequent military organization could be reached. For this reason, the first announcement came from Winston Churchill in his speech in Fulton, Missouri, in June 1946. In this he spoke of the Iron Curtain which Stalin was lowering between the Soviet bloc and the West. It was also British initiative over Greece and Turkey at the end of the year which led to the Truman Doctrine of March 1947. Truman could not get any constructive help from the leaders of the armed forces in establishing the new strategy. They were much too busy fighting each other in protection of the vested interests surviving from World War II, so he was forced to fall back on other forms of resistance, particularly economic, diplomatic, and ideological. The resulting strategy is known as containment. It lasted from early 1947 to 1953, and was resumed gradually after 1958. Its chief characteristics were economic and financial aid to other nations, to eliminate the misery and ignorance which fosters communism, an acceptance of the rights of neutrals and allies to follow their own policies and to be consulted on our policies, without primary reliance on our military force. As early as August 1945, Truman asked the Joint Chiefs of Staff (JCs) to draw up recommendations for America's post-war security needs. The bitter rivalries among the three services made it impossible for the JCs to agree on a common strategy, and thus they could not ascertain the country's weapons needs. At the time, the Air Force was convinced that the next war would be very brief and would be settled by the Strategic Air Command dropping atom bombs on enemy cities. In its view, the Army and Navy's roles would be restricted to mopping up after SAC had defeated the enemy. Accordingly, it wanted 70 air groups of the new 6-engine, propellered B-36 bombers Convair, which flew in prototype in 1946 after 6 years' work but which would not be available in quantities until 1949 when jet propulsion made them obsolete. The Navy in 1945 was much larger than all other navies of the world combined, the five-ocean Navy to fight a no-ocean opponent, said the Air Force. But its future had been placed in great jeopardy by the atom bomb tests staged at Bikini Atoll in the Pacific in 1946. These tests showed that a fleet would suffer very great damage, unless widely dispersed, from atomic explosions in the air, while a blast underwater would drench it with almost eradicable radioactivity. Nonetheless, the Navy had to seek a role in the growing rivalry with Russia, and pinned its hopes on its ability to reach the enemy with atom-armed planes flown from the deck of a 65,000-ton supercarrier of astronomical cost. The Army, almost eclipsed by the plans of its more glamorous rivals, wanted universal military training (UMT) leading to highly trained reserve units, in spite of the Air Force's insistence that World War II would be over before ground forces could be mobilized. These disagreements between services made it impossible for the JCs to achieve any agreement on strategy or on weapons needs in answer to Truman's request of 1945. Accordingly, in June 1946, they informed the President that a unified strategy could be reached only after achievement of the unification of the three services into a single organization. For this reason, it was not until April 1950 that the United States obtained a strategic military policy to underlie Truman's policy of containment, which was then 3 years old. The new strategic policy was embodied in NFC 68, which, despite its code identification, did not come from the National Security Council, but was the child of the policy planning staff of the State Department, led by Paul Nixon. The inability of the armed services to provide the country with a defense policy, because of inter-service rivalries, is a consequence of the fact that military leaders are specialists and technicians, concerned with means rather than with goals, and, like all technicians, need guidance or goals set by other persons with larger perspectives. This weakness is more obvious in peacetime than in war, and is more common among Americans than among some others. Americans work together best when the organization's goal is explicitly established. In this they differ from the British, who can work together perfectly well in organizations without any apparent goals and are, indeed, suspicious of any desire to establish explicit goals for overriding policy. Americans, when goals are established as they are in business in peacetime by the balance sheet or as they are in war by the desire for victory, work together very effectively. But political work in peacetime, with its ambiguous goals, is relegated to rivalry, bickering, and total inability to relate means to goals. As a result, the means themselves tend to become goals. It was the emphasis upon means rather than goals, and the compromises between conflicting means, which led to the National Security Act of 1947. This sought to evade the need for clear hard thinking about goals and the subordination of means to goals by reorganization of the top levels of governmental operation concerned with security. It set up a system based on secrecy and anonymity which may, in time, revolutionize the whole American system of government. In this reorganization there were at least three major parts: 1. Unification of the armed services, 2. Creation of the National Security Council as an advisory board to the President, and 3. Reorganization of the whole system of intelligence and spying, through the Central Intelligence Agency CIA and the Code Breaking National Security Agency NSA. Basically, rivalry among the American armed services was a rivalry for congressional appropriations, a struggle over slicing the annual budget. In this struggle each service sought to convince congressmen that its particular weapons provided the best defense for the United States. The Air Force, which in 1946 was still a branch of the Army, touted the claims of the man bomber. The Navy, only recently disillusioned with its old love, the battleship, had now shifted its affections to the aircraft carrier. The Army had to stick with the humble foot soldier, but almost concealed him from view with its insistence on trucks, tanks, and cannon. As a matter of fact, the man bomber, the aircraft carrier, and the tank were all obsolescent in 1946, but their supporters were unwilling to concede this, since such a concession would, they thought, shift appropriations to the other services. The man bomber was threatened by rockets with homing devices which would bring such rockets that speeds higher than man bombers could ever reach, in for the kill by seeking out the plane's engine and exhaust heat or by use of radar and electronic eye devices. The aircraft carrier was threatened high atomic bombs, since it was too vulnerable to these to justify its cost of over $100 million. The tank was threatened by shaped charges, and, in general, the whole tactical outlook of ground forces, with their traditional emphasis on mass and concentration, was challenged by nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons which put great value on dispersal. In these struggles between the services, the clashes are particularly bitter in a period of demobilization, and this bitterness is accentuated by the fact that each service has alliances with the industrial complexes which supply their equipment. These complexes not only supply funds, such as advertising, for each service to carry its message to the Congress and the people, but also exert every influence to retain equipment and tactics in obsolescent modes and types but newer models by tangling, before the high officers who can influence contracts, offers of future well-paying consultant positions with the industrial firms concerned. Most high officers of the American Armed Forces in the war and post-war period retired before the fixed age of 62, often on a disability basis which exempted retirement pay from income taxes, and then took consultant jobs with industrial firms whose chief business was in war contracts. Thus, 4-star General Breven B. Somerville, Chief of Army Service Forces in World War I, retired on a disability salary of $16,000 a year at the age of 50, to join a number of industrial firms, including Koppers, which paid him $125,000 a year. 3-star General L.H. Campbell, Chief of Ordnance in World War I, retired on disability at $9,000 a year at age 59 and became an executive, at $50,000 a year, of firms from whom he had previously purchased $3 billion in armaments. 4-star General Clay retired at 52 on $16,000 a year, but signed up at once with General Motors and Continental can at over $100,000 a year. 3-star Air Force General I.R. Acre left the service at age 50 with $9,000 a year and joined Hughes Tool Company at $50,000. Another 3-star Air Force General, Harold C. George, went with Acre to Hughes, at $40,000. General Joseph T. McNartney, in 1952, took his 4 stars, and $16,000 a year, to join Consolidated Vultee at $100,000. These are but a few of more than 100 general officers whose post-retirement alliances with industrial firms encouraged their successors, still on active service, to remain on friendly terms with such appreciative business corporations. These connections undoubtedly inhibit officers of the armed services in their efforts to obtain fresh ideas, fresh tactics, and fresh equipment for America's defense. In this struggle there occurs rivalry between the services to secure larger shares of existing budgets, but there also occurs cooperation to increase the total joint budget. The best way to do the latter is by war scares, which undoubtedly increase appropriations for all services. The spectacular increase in the joint defense budget of the United States from about $14 billion in the late 1940s to about $60 billion in the early 1960s is partly caused by a pretended Soviet threat to the United States, but it is also partly caused by a scare engendered by the armed services. If the Soviet Union has been deterred from aggression by those expenditures, the money was well spent. But, since the Soviet Union never has had any intention of engaging the United States in open war, it is legitimate to believe that many of the billions spent could have been used to fight the Soviet Union in more remunerative ways than by the purchase of manned bombers, aircraft carriers, or tanks. The struggles between the services in the United States after 1945 have been vigorous and often unscrupulous. They have involved putting pressure on administrators in the executive branch from the President down, and especially on the high civilian heads in the Pentagon, of misleading congressmen, and of propagandizing the public. The Air Force, for a variety of reasons, was the most successful of the three services in this propaganda war. After all, flyers had plenty of experience, since they had been propagandizing the world since about 5 years after the first plane flew, without benefit of publicity, in 1903. The Air Force was interested only in strategic bombing, and had little interest in tactical work under command of ground forces which, the flyers insisted, hampered their special genius. To get free of the Army and become a separate service, co-equal with the Navy and Army, the Army Air Forces in 1946 put their full pressure behind legislation to unify the armed services. Unify here really meant change two into three. This was done by reducing the 2 cabinet posts for War and Navy to a single post for Defense, with 3 equal secretaries for Army, Navy, and Air outside the cabinet. The unity presumably was to be obtained from the Secretary of Defense's control over the 3 service secretaries, but this was impossible since they were named by the President, not by the Secretary of Defense, and they had little influence over their services, each of which looked to its chief commander on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The fact that the Joint Chiefs had operational command of their departments meant that they had to defend the diverse interests of these, and could contribute little to unity or to any general ideas, even strategic ones, while if they had been separated from their actual commands in order to be free to reach the general consensus on strategic ideas, they would have retained no control over their services. The only real lines of authority in the whole system were those in the hands of the President himself, and those lines of command going downward from the Joint Chiefs to their own services. There were only very weak lines between the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs or to his service secretaries, or between the latter and the services for which they were responsible. As a result, very little unification was achieved, even after amendments to the Act, and in 1949 the inter-service rivalries reached their most intense peak. By the end of that year UMT, the supercarrier, and the 70 Group Air Force were all dead, killed off by inter-service rivalries, in spite of the fact that all public opinion polls showed strong support for all of them. James Forrestal, who had been Secretary of the Navy since 1944, and who, on behalf of the Navy, had emasculated the Unification Bill, was made first Secretary of Defense, and was called upon to administer it in 1947. Within a year he had reversed his opinions and was demanding amendments to strengthen the Act, especially the powers of his own post. His mind collapsed under the strain, and he resigned in 1949, committing suicide shortly afterward. Although public opinion polls showed that 2/3 of Americans approved UMT and only a quarter or less opposed it, the Air Force in 1948 was able to persuade the Congress that there was a necessary choice between UMT and the 70 Group Air Force. Accordingly, the Air Force budget was raised $822 million and UMT was buried in committee. Forrestal was replaced as Secretary of Defense by Lewis Johnson, one-time national commander of the American Legion, who favored the Air Force, as Forrestal had favored the Navy, in these intramural battles. Although the supercarrier had been authorized and appropriated for, and although construction had begun under Forrestal, Johnson used a vote of 2-1 in JC's against it. Admiral Lewis then felt in the minority as excuse for cancelling the contract. The subsequent admiral's revolt took the form of anonymous letters to Congress charging corruption on the B-36 contract, as well as public charges, which were quite correct, that the plane was already obsolete. The whole scandal received a full-scale congressional investigation, the B-36 affair, as a result of which the B-36 was discredited. Admiral Denfeld was removed from the JCs, and Johnson, having alienated everyone by his efforts to save money, was replaced by General Marshall. 1950. The Unification Act had excluded retired officers from the post of Secretary of Defense, but this clause was made unapplicable to General Marshall so that he could succeed Johnson in 1950. Thus, the supporters of each of the three services held the position successively in less than a 2-year period. Marshall said that he took the job to get UMT, but the act, as passed in 1951, was in a form which allowed the administration to prevent its execution, and it never went into effect. In its place, troops were raised for the services, chiefly the Army, by successive extensions of the wholly unsatisfactory Selective Service Acts. The inter-service battles of 1945 to 1950 were largely a victory for the Air Force, which got rid of the supercarrier and UMT, and thus obtained the biggest bite from the budget. Much of this bite went to SAC, which had been created in March 1946, and bombs taken over from General George Kenney by General Curtis E. LeMay in October 1948. At the time, SAC was really sad. Starting in 1946 with only a single group able to deliver the atom bomb, for most of this period it struggled along with the 300 mph B-29. It lacked planes, bases, equipment, and trained men. Above all, it still operated on the old premise that the outbreak of war would be preceded by negotiations and mobilization. LeMay changed all that. He was not a desk soldier, nor was he a paper pusher. Ruthless, efficient, and single-minded, he flitted about from base to base in a self-piloted plane, a big cigar clamped at a belligerent angle in his set jaw. He gave SAC the single-purpose mission, isolated it from everything else in the defense chaos by moving its headquarters from Washington to Nebraska, and demanded immediate and efficient war readiness. With sufficient funds, LeMay would have kept a third of SAC in the air at all times, ready to go, another third at war readiness for quick takeoff, and the final third on call within a few hours. Until 1952, when he began to get the new 8-jet Intercontinental B-52s, he bridged the gap with modified B-36s and medium-range 6-jet B-47s. With the support of Air Secretary Thomas Kathenletter, he established bases within range of the Soviet Union, in Europe, Greenland, North Africa, and Okinawa. By 1955 he had a force of remarkable efficiency and high morale, a success resulting from three factors which provide a lesson for all organizational success: the clear-cut mission, leadership, and continuity. The last quality was achieved by retaining LeMay in command of SAC for 8 years, in violation of the established armed services practice of 3 to 4-year periods of rotation of duty. In all this turmoil of controversy in 1947 to 1950, the Army had not been idle. Its struggles for promotions, pay increases, perquisites, and assignments were ensured success to some extent by creating a new kind of army, an army top-heavy with officers and paper pushers who worked from 8 o'clock a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m., 5 days a week, and had very little fighting effectiveness. This was done by setting up a structure of officers and auxiliary activities which absorbed almost the total budget of the department in non-combat lines and filled the combat units with a small number of short-term draftees of very little combat value. In January 1952, for example, the Department of Defense had 5 million employees, of which 3.7 million were in uniform and 1.3 million were civilians. Those in uniform used up $37 billion for pay, food, housing, and clothing, that is, $10,000 per head, in a total defense budget of $46 billion. The 1.3 million civilians cost $5.2 billion, or $4,000 a year each, leaving only $3 billion in the total defense budget for equipment, research, and other costs which contribute directly to defense. The Army's share of the 3.7 million uniformed personnel was 2 million, but that provided only 12 divisions, at most 150,000 men, for combat. In spite of these enormous expenditures, the puny combat effectiveness of the standing army was shown in the Korean War, when 9/10 of the officers in combat were reserves who had to be called from their peacetime activities to fight. The Army's solution to the disappointments of Korea was more of the same. In June 1951, the Selective Service Act of 1948 was amended to drop the draft age from 19 to 18 and raise the authorized limit on the men in active service from over 2 million to 5 million. That is, the qualitative deficiencies of Korea were to be solved by quantitative increases of the same inadequate quality, a step which might not improve America's defense position but could justify increasingly rapid promotion for officers. The last few months of 1949 include the major turning points in the whole period 1947 to 1963. Three events which marked this were the well-publicized B-36 crisis, the loss of China, and the secret H-bomb crisis which followed the explosion of the Soviet Union's first A-bomb in August. Another significant event of the period was the organization of NATO's North Atlantic Treaty Organization following the Treaty of April 4, 1949, signed in Washington. This mutual defense pact to safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of their peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law, had, as signers, the United States, Canada, and 10 West European countries: Iceland, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, the United Kingdom, Portugal, and Italy. In February 1952, Greece and Turkey joined the pact, and in May 1955 the West German Federal Republic became a member. The agreement was largely anchored on Germany. It flowed out of the threat provided by the Berlin blockade, and directly implied the merging of West Germany into the Western camp. As the chief step in this process, the three western zones of Germany were merged into one, and, in September 1949, the military rule of Germany was replaced by the Adenauer regime. Throughout this period, fear of communism was growing within the United States. The Soviet and communist hatred of the American way of life is well established, and the existence of the American Communist Party as a willing tool of an international communist conspiracy directed from Moscow is also beyond dispute. Such communists were undoubtedly engaged in subversion and espionage, and were assisted in these efforts by fellow travelers and other sympathizers. Moreover, some communists and fellow travelers were undoubtedly present in government and, to a greater degree, in some other areas, notably certain labor unions, higher education, and especially in the more creative end of the entertainment field, such as the theater, writing, and Hollywood scenario production. On the other hand, the number of communists in the United States, according to the FBI, was only about 75,000 in 1945 and fell steadily to 50,000 in 1950 and to 3,000 in 1960. The Communist Party of the United States, CPUs, like others throughout the world, was always, from its founding in 1919, the tightly disciplined body of conspirators whose primary allegiance was to the Soviet Union and whose secondary aim, after the preservation of the Soviet Union itself, was to establish a similar regime in the United States. Tactics varied from year to year, and the party line shifted with changing political and world conditions without, however, ever abandoning these two goals. In 1935, with the threat of fascism spreading through the world, the Communist International Comintern adopted a popular front tactic which was, essentially, the temporary alliance of all non-fascist groups to oppose Nazi aggression and to support the Soviet Union against German attack. In this period, the Communist Party of the United States was a relatively open group, with openly available headquarters and telephone numbers, and with a good deal of cooperation and free exchange through a broad spectrum of political and social activities, and cooperation from the political center to the extreme political left. There was, at that time, widespread disillusionment with the existing structure of society because of enormous unemployment, pervasive poverty, and bourgeois paralysis in the face of economic stagnation and fascist aggression. Communist insistence that something be done about these things won widespread sympathy, even in circles which were totally non-communist. The Communists themselves took full advantage of this atmosphere by establishing Communist Front and fellow traveler organizations of all kinds, and the distinction between party members and fellow travelers became very free, confused, and blurred. The Communist command system, however, remained fully aware of who were devoted to their permanent goals and who were not, and retained general control, under cover, of all organizations they regarded as important. This ambiguous situation of left-wing fellowship began to break down in 1938 to 1940 as the complete dominance of Soviet national selfishness within communist parties everywhere became evident, at first in Spain, later in the Nazi-Soviet Pact of August 1939, and in the Soviet-Finnish War the following winter. For the American Communist Party, the chief turning point here was the enactment of the Foreign Agents Registration Act in 1940. The United States Communist Party broke its affiliation with the Comintern and instead established a secret link between the Comintern and the United States Party, chiefly through Gerhard Hiessler, who was finally deported in 1949 and became an official of the East German Communist regime. In 1943 the Comintern itself was officially dissolved by the Soviet government, although secretly it continued to exist. As part of this same process, in a sort of wartime common front, the United States Party itself was dissolved in 1944 and reappeared at once as the Communist Political Association. Earl Browder, who personified the Popular Front tactic of the 1935, continued as the head of the political association and the Common Front tactic until July 1945, when he was removed as a traitor to the Marxist-Leninist ideology and replaced by William Z. Foster. At the same time, the Communist Party of the United States was re-established to pursue a more aggressive and narrower policy. The abandonment of the United Front approach in 1945 was a gross tactical error which almost totally destroyed the party in the next 15 years. It had been ordered from Moscow through the French Communist leader, Jacques Duclos, and was, like other mistakes of the Kremlin at the same time, based on a totally mistaken conception of what the post-war world would be like. This misconception was firmly rooted in the greater misconceptions of Marxist-Leninist doctrine, and assumed 1. That there would be a post-war economic depression, 2. That the United States would relapse into isolationism, and 3. That the United States and Europe, especially Britain, would engage in an imperialist rivalry for markets and economic advantages. Just as the new Soviet foreign policy prepared to exploit this anticipated chaos, so the CRPUs was reorganized to profit from the same chaos. Instead, it committed suicide. This collapse of the CPUs from 75,000 members with ample funds in 1945 to less than 3,000 members with hardly a dime 15 years later was assisted by the actions of the United States government, the attacks of party members who were leaving it in droves, and the efforts of ex-members, political leaders, and intellectual bellwethers to strike at the CPUs in substitute for their inability to strike at the USSR. Many of these individuals were fighting for their convictions, but at least an equally large number were fighting for their personal profit or their personal partisan advantage. In this effort to win personal advantage from a worthy struggle, leadership was taken by some of the ex-communists, the FBI, and the House Committee on Un-American Activities. These anti-communists, some of them professionals, demonstrate circumflex accent that the CRPUs, by its penetration into the federal government under the New Deal, into labor unions for education, and into entertainment, especially Hollywood, had gravely endangered the nation. Espionage is another matter, but this is more from the nature of espionage than the nature of communism, except for the very significant fact that the ideological appeal of communism to the half-educated makes it possible for the Soviet Union to obtain secrets without financial payments. In general, the nature of espionage is totally ignored by most people, and this ignorance was only increased by the activities of the anti-communist spy agitations of the 1949 to 1954 period. All past history shows that espionage has been generally successful and intelligence has been generally the failure. By this I mean that no country had much success in keeping secrets in the 20th as in all earlier centuries, but neither has any other country had much success in evaluating or in interpreting the secrets it obtained. The so-called surprises of history have emerged not because other countries did not have the information but because they refused to believe it. The date of Hitler's attack on the West in May 1940 had been given to the Netherlands by the German counterintelligence office as soon as it was decided. The Western countries refused to believe it. The same was true of every one of Hitler's surprises. Stalin was given the date of the German attack on the Soviet Union by a number of informants, including the United States Department of State, but he refused to believe. Both the Germans and the Russians had the date of D-Day, but ignored it. The United States had available all the Japanese coded messages, knew that war was about to begin, and that a Japanese fleet with at least 4 large carriers was loose and lost in the Pacific, yet Pearl Harbor was a total surprise. This last point was so hard to believe, once the evidence was available, that the same groups who were focusing on Soviet espionage in 1948 to 1955 were also claiming that President Roosevelt expected and wanted Pearl Harbor. Actually, this is true. Roosevelt had been conspiring for some time to get the U.S. involved in World War II. The President and others devised a plan by leaving Pearl Harbor open to attack, knowing that this would arouse the American people and he could declare war on Japan and thus enter the war. The collusion of the President with Marshall and others has been well documented today with irrefutable evidence. The whole purpose of secrecy in government should not be to keep information from other states. This is almost impossible, but to make it as difficult as possible for other states to get certain information, so that, then they do get such restricted information, it will be so intermingled with other information and misinformation that it cannot be evaluated promptly enough to do them much good. Any espionage system gets more information than it can handle rapidly. Any country should assume that the enemy has all its own secret information. The lessons of past history fully support this assumption. Following every war, the discovery is made that the enemy, during the war, had every other state's most cherished secrets. In fact, the most successful kind of counter-espionage work is achieved, not by preventing access to secrets, but by permitting access to information which is not true. This was done most successfully in 1943 in preparing the American invasion of Sicily, which was a surprise to the Germans because they had been provided, through their espionage in Spain, with false information about an invasion of the Balkans. The Germans had a somewhat similar success through their Operation North Pole, by which the Germans successfully took over and operated the French underground and the associated British espionage net in a large part of France for about a year. Finally, it is not generally recognized by outsiders that almost all the information gathered by any espionage net is non-secret material fully available to anyone as public information. Even in work against a super-secret area like the Soviet Union or in nuclear secrets, this is true. Gallant Douglas said that more than 90% of the information which the CIA gathers on the Soviet Union is non-secret. Soviet espionage reports on the United States must contain at least 97% non-secret material. Many, if not most, of the spies and atomic spies apprehended, with high-powered publicity, by the FBI and the Un-American Activities Committee in 1948 to 1954, to the great alarm of the American people, were not concerned with secrets, while some of them were not engaged in espionage at all, and almost none of them had anything to do with nuclear secrets, contrary to the publicity releases of the agencies who accused them. There was nuclear espionage, and it was successful, but almost nothing was achieved by any spy chasers in the United States, either to reveal the culprits or to punish them. Fuchs and Nunn were real nuclear spies for the Soviet, but others at least equally important are hardly ever mentioned. For example, Frederick Joliot-Curie, the greatest French nuclear physicist, Nobel Prize, 1935, and an admitted member of the Communist Party, knew as much about our nuclear work as anyone in Europe, Britain, or Canada. His chief associates fled from France. He did not in 1940 and worked on the nuclear project in England and Canada until they returned to France after that country's liberation. Some of these associates, notably Hans von Halban and Jaworski, certainly knew as much as none may have known as much as Fuchs, and unquestionably told all they knew to Joliot Curie, a communist, in 1944. Or again, as an example of numerous unexplored paths by which nuclear information went to Russia, an outstanding Polish nuclear physicist who studied with Joliot Curie was Ignacy Złotowski. He was in the United States in the critical years during the Soviet race to make the atom bomb as a member of the Polish embassy staff and Poland's representative on the Atomic Energy Commission. He sent large quantities of nuclear information behind the Iron Curtain and was present as an observer at the Bikini bomb tests in 1946. Finally, it is evident that a great deal of nuclear information, whether secret or not, is unknown, as well as uranium metal, went to the Soviet Union as part of Lend-Lease in 1943. Major George Racy Jordan, USAF, tried in vain to disrupt these shipments at the time. The shipment of uranium to Russia is corroborated from other sources. The significance of such shipments is still unknown, since the export license permitting them was granted at the request of General Groves. Jordan's other evidence, most of which was very discreditable to the New Deal, since he testified that he, Groves, and others were under direct pressure from Harry Hopkins and Vice President Henry Wallace to allow export of nuclear materials, radar, and other secrets to Russia, was subsequently shown to be true, and his statements were given nationwide publicity by news commentators like Fulton Lewis, Jr., by Life magazine, and by the House Un-American Activities Committee, and are still widely believed. Most of the atomic spy cases are similar to this. The earliest of these was the arrest of Soviet Naval Lieutenant Redin by the FBI on March 26, 1946, on charges that a Seattle naval engineer, Herbert Kennedy, had sold Redin secrets about the Bikini test ship Yellowstone for $250. This case was a forerunner of others in respect to two false assertions in news releases. One claims by the FBI that information leading to the apprehension of Redin had come from the Glazenko atomic spy case in Canada, February 1946, and two claims by the HUAC that it had unearthed this significant case. Redin was eventually acquitted when his defense showed that Kennedy had been paid for research he did for Redin in the Seattle Public Library. Neither Glazenko nor HUAC had anything to do with it. The change in the climate of American opinion, and thus in the attitudes of American juries over 4 years, may be observed in the contrast between the acquittal of Redin in 1946 and the conviction of Abraham Brotman in 1950. the FBI publicity and the universal belief of the American press, both as Brotman pressed in July 1950 and at his trial in November 1950, was that he was part of a Soviet spy apparatus under a Russian trade organization chief working to ferret out atomic secrets. The New York Times, July 30, 1950, or that the trial was an atomic spy case. All New York newspaper headlines, November 8 to 23, 1950. In fact, Brotman and his secretary Miss Moskowitz were the only defendants in a trial for conspiracy to persuade the third person, not on trial Harry Gold, to commit perjury in July 1947. Undoubtedly, Brotman and his secretary had discussed together what they could do about the testimony to be given by the semi-moronic Gold before a grand jury. Their purpose, in which they clearly failed, was to keep Brotman from being involved in any charges of giving secrets to communists. Technically they were guilty of conspiracy, were so found, and were sentenced to a total of 9 years imprisonment. In spite of the fact that the trial clearly showed that Brotman had nothing to do with espionage, secrets, or atomic research, the mistaken impression that he did was never removed by the press, and remained in the public mind as an established truth. So the United States Attorney Irving Segal, who prosecuted this case in November 1950, referred to Brotman as convicted of espionage when he prosecuted the Rosenberg case before the same judge in April 1951. The true story, as far as Brotman was concerned, seems to be quite different. Brotman was an industrial chemist and chemical inventor who owned a number of chemical laboratories and factories held as subsidiaries of his Pennsylvania Sugar Company. His chief concern was in industrial solvents, in which he held patents on processes and equipment. In 1940, when Brotman was seeking orders for his products, he was approached by a Russian, Jacob Golos, then proprietor of World Tourists, a Communist Front travel agency but previously employed by the Soviet Trade Commission (AMTORG) and its Purchasing Commission. Brotman offered Golos low% commission on any orders he could place with either agency for Brotman's products or processes. We now know that Golos was a high official in the Soviet Secret Police, a major Soviet spy, and one of the three-man control commission of the American Communist Party. Brotman knew none of this and was not himself a communist, although in 1940 he regarded the Soviet Union as the chief obstacle to world fascism. For several months in 1940, Brotman gave to Golos, both directly and through Golos's mistress, Elizabeth Bentley, blueprints and descriptions of the chemical processes he had for sale. All of these were available to any prospective purchaser and had been written up and advertised by Brotman in the regular chemical journals, and many were his own inventions. When Brotman objected to talking to Golos or Miss Bentley on the ground that they knew no chemistry, Golos sent him another agent, the chemist, Harry Gold, who had been doing industrial research which gradually developed into industrial espionage for AMTORG for several years. Although Brockman got little or no business from the Russians, he hired Gold as a chemist in one of his laboratories in 1943. 4 years later, after Gold, unknown to Brockman, had become an atomic spy contact with Fuchs, Brockman discussed with his secretary how Gold's testimony before a grand jury might be given to prevent unfavorable inferences regarding Brockman's contacts with Gold in 1940. In view of the changed American attitude toward such Russian contacts from 1940 to 1947, this is not, perhaps, a surprising reaction, but in the increasingly tense situation of 1950 it won Brockman the 7-year prison sentence for conspiring with his secretary to persuade Gold to commit perjury. Gold was not tried either for the conspiracy or for perjury. The changed atmosphere of American public opinion from 1947 on was greatly intensified by the increasingly strained world conditions, and growing public knowledge of the nature of the communist movement, its connections with Soviet Russia, and their joint conspiracy against the West. Much of this evidence came from ex-communists, such as Elizabeth Bentley, Louis Budens, Whittaker Chambers, John Lautner, and others. All of these undoubtedly were ex-communists and, equally undoubtedly, revealed much valuable information about the communist conspiracy and properly roused the American public to the dangers of this conspiracy. When the wholesale revelations of ex-communists began in 1947, the New Deal and its successor had been in the White House for more than 14 years. The Republicans, especially the congressional delegations, were prepared to expose the secret agreements at Yalta, the deliberate loss of American lives at Pearl Harbor, and the betrayal of the American and Chinese people by President Truman and Franklin Roosevelt in order to win the presidential election of 1948. They were offered the great opportunity to do so when the Republicans won control of both houses of Congress in the congressional elections of 1946. This effort was spearheaded, in 1947 and 1948, by the House Committee on Un-American Activities. The HUAC in 1947 to 1948 had 9 members, of which the chief were J. Parnell Thomas, of New Jersey, Chairman Carl E. Munt, of South Dakota, and Richard M. Nixon, of California, on the Republican side, and for Southern Democrats, led by John S. Wood, of Georgia, and John E. Rankin, of Mississippi, on the Democratic side. The value of the publicity gained by the committee in these 2 years may be judged from the fact that it carried both Munt and Nixon to the Senate in 1948 and 1950, and the latter to the Vice presidency and close to the presidency itself in 1952 and 1960. There can be no doubt that the Republican members of the committee realized the value of the publicity to be gained by membership on it, and that their actions were consistently aimed more at partisan advantage for themselves and the discrediting of previous Democratic incumbents in the White House than they were directed to ascertaining the nature and functioning of the communist conspiracy in the United States. Other legislative committees occasionally copied these tactics. It was this partisan, rather than investigatory, bias in the behavior of such committees, which reduced so much of this investigation of communism into personal vendettas such as those between Hess and Chambers, between Remington and Bentley, and between Lattimore and Budens. In these battles of personalities, charges and countercharges floor about so freely at hearings, in the press, over the airwaves, and occasionally in judicial proceedings, that the truth cannot now be ascertained. There can be no doubt that falsehood and even perjury were to be found on both sides. What is equally regrettable is that numerous other accused communists, both in government and out, whose names were given to these committees on the same basis, and sometimes in the same breath, as Hess, Remington, or Lattimore, were almost totally ignored and lost in the personal controversies aroused over these. 3. Largely because of the partisan handling of the investigatory committees. These revelations began in January and February 1947, when Budens identified Gerhard Hiessler as a communist leader in the United States. Within a few weeks, President Truman gave the investigators the prime weapon when he issued an order March 21, 1947, requiring a loyalty oath from all government workers. The significance of this was that any communists in the government could be prosecuted for perjury unless they had admitted the fact. In the course of the summer, the FBI arrested a half-dozen individuals at various times and announced that they had stolen vital atomic bomb secrets from the heart of the atomic bomb project at Los Alamos. This alarming news was reinforced by a number of press releases from the HUAC. When the accused were brought to trial, however, it developed that they had been guilty of insignificant and technical infractions of the law, such as taking snapshots of each other while serving as soldiers at Los Alamos or pilfering of government property there. Eventually 2 were given suspended sentences. One was sentenced to 18 months, the 4th got 6 months, and a 5th paid a fine of $250. The original charges of atomic espionage were in headlines. The final disposition of the cases, if recorded at all, appeared as insignificant items on a back page, unconnected with atomic espionage. In February 1948, Representative Thomas, chairman of the HUAC, was seeking from the Congress the largest appropriations his committee had ever obtained. Apparently to bolster this request, on the last day of the month, from his hospital bed he issued a 6-page report on Dr. Edward U. Condon, director of the National Bureau of Standards. Condon, one of the world's great authorities on quantum mechanics, had been attacked by Thomas for about a year, chiefly in press releases and in 2 articles in national magazines, apparently because of animosity over Condon's opposition to the Johnson-Mays bill for atomic energy control. The report of February 1948 said flatly, Dr. Condon is one of the weakest links in our atomic security. This charge was based on a mishmash of falsehoods, irrelevancies, and incorrect inferences. It was charged that Condon had obtained his job from the favor of Henry Wallace, then Secretary of Commerce, with the implication that Condon must be a left-winger if Wallace was. In fact, Wallace did not even know Condon, and appointed him only for the administrative reason that the Bureau of Standards was a part of the Commerce Department. Or again, the HUAC report quoted from a letter of J. Edgar Hoover to W. Averell Harriman when the latter was Secretary of Commerce in May 1947. This letter had been stolen from the FBI loyalty report on Condon and was merely a history of unevaluated reports of Condon's actions as reported to the FBI. As published in the HUAC report, it was edited to cut out without any indication sentences favorable to Condon. It was charged that Condon's passport was taken up by the State Department when he planned to go to Russia in 1946. The fact was that this plan was a government-sponsored project to fly about 24 American scientists to Russia in an Army plane, and Condon's participation was cancelled by the Army because it regarded him as too valuable a nuclear physicist to be risked behind the Iron Curtain, where he might be kidnapped. The HUAC report said that Condon recruited members to join an organization listed as subversive by the Attorney General, the American Soviet Science Society. It later developed that this organization, which existed for the purpose of translating scientific reports from Russian to English, using funds from the Rockefeller Foundation, had never been listed as subversive by the Attorney General, but on the contrary had been encouraged by the United States government as a method of finding out what the Russians were doing in science. The HUAC had simply confused this society with an entirely different organization, which the Attorney General had listed. On this kind of evidence, the HUAC demanded Condon's removal from the government and ominously reported that the situation as regards Dr. Condon is not an isolated one. There are other government officials in strategic positions who are playing Stalin's game to the detriment of the United States. Condon's repeated requests for an opportunity to appear before the committee to refute its charges under oath were ignored. The committee, especially its chairman, continued to harass Condon so that it was impossible for him to do his work in the Bureau of Standards. This was done by subjecting him to one loyalty investigation after another. Each takes a great deal of work by the FBI and the accused, and requires months. These investigations, one after another, cleared Dr. Condon, but each clearance was followed by new charges and a new investigation. After the fourth clearance, and the opening of a fifth investigation, Condon resigned from the government in 1954. This fifth investigation was demanded by Vice President Nixon, who seems to have felt that his original participation in the unjustified smearing of Condon 6 years before had to be sustained by continued persecution. By that time Chairman Thomas, who was the director of this persecution in 1947 to 1949, had been sent to prison as a common criminal for making the employees in his congressional office, paid from government funds, secretly give back substantial parts of their salaries to him. Thomas should have restricted his efforts for additional money to smearing innocent scientists in paid articles in national magazines. The Condon case was still in its early full publicity in July and August 1948, when the Thomas Committee hit the headlines for weeks, day after day, with the testimony of Louis Budens, Elizabeth Bentley, Whittaker Chambers, and other experts on communists. They listed several dozen names of communists in government in the 1930s, organized in formal groups or cells, and generally paying dues and sending information through couriers like Miss Bentley. Most of those named ignored the charges or simply made a denial to the press, but a few, such as his, who sought to refute the charges, were met by new ones. Eventually, as we have seen, Remington and Hiss were both jailed for perjury, the former for denying he had been a communist and the latter for denying he gave government documents to Chambers. Both cases required two trials before convictions were obtained. Others of these names were called before the committee and refused to give evidence under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, which protects against self-incrimination. Little was done about these, but it is clear that many of them were in fact communists and that Bentley and Chambers knew them as such, by hearsay at least. Bentley's original evidence in 1948 gave a score of names of communists she had known in the government. More than 2 years passed before it became clear that she did not know them at all, had never met them, and could not identify them by sight, but had merely gathered their names from her contacts with the few communists who reported directly to her and whom she knew well. Similarly, she indicated in her original evidence that she broke with the communists and went to the FBI, for patriotic reasons, in August 1945. Only in 1953, when the Eisenhower administration was still trying to make a major issue of the communists in the New Deal, did Attorney General Brownell, in publishing the letter of J. Edgar Hoover, inadvertently reveal that Miss Bentley's revelations to it did not begin until November 8, 1945, the day after the newspapers revealed that Budens had been giving names. Miss Bentley's earlier visit to the FBI in New Haven in August 1945 had nothing to do with her desire to give information or with communists, but was simply her desire to find out if a man who had dated her was an employee of the FBI. The most sensational evidence from the HU case was released in the late summer of 1948, just in time to influence the presidential election in November. Apparently it did not have the influence expected, since Truman was elected. The controversy from its revelations continued for years, and the charges, both from HU Casey and from other sources, increased in violence. Few of the revelations after 1948 were ever sustained in court. For example, two separate atomic espionage cases involving Clarence F. Hiskey at Argonne Laboratory in Chicago and Joseph W. Weinberg at Berkeley Radiation Laboratory were played up by HU Casey in 1949. Eventually Hiskey refused to answer questions before HUAC was prosecuted for contempt, and was acquitted in 1951. Weinberg, accused by Hu Hasey of giving atomic secrets to a well-known communist, Stephen Elson, eventually was prosecuted for perjury at the committee's insistence, and was acquitted in 1953. Both scientists found their careers injured by the committee's charges. There were many similar cases that the State Department and the Army were widely infiltrated with communists, and that the efforts of the neo-isolationists and the China lobby in support of Mao's conquest of China was entirely due to the treasonable acts of communists and fellow travelers in the State Department and the White House. For a while, the new administration tried to outdo McCarthy, chiefly by demonstrating in committee hearings that China had been lost to the Communists because of the careful planning and intrigue of Communists in the State Department. Chief effort in this direction was done by a well-organized and well-financed China lobby radiating from the activities of Alfred Kohlberg, a wealthy exporter who had had business interests in China. This group, with its allies, such as McCarthy, mobilized a good deal of evidence that communists had infiltrated into various academic, journalistic, and research groups concerned with the Far East. But they failed to prove their contention that a conspiracy of these communists and fellow travelers, acting through the State Department, had given China to Mao. Mao won out in China because of the incompetence and corruption of the Chiang Kai-shek regime, and he won out in spite of any aid the United States gave, or could give, to Chiang, because the latter's regime was incapable of holding out against Mao, without drastic reforms, whatever the scale of American aid, without American military intervention to make war on Mao, which very few desired. The China lobby's version was based on two contentions. One, that there were communists in significant positions close to the agencies which helped to form American academic and public opinion on the Far East, and two, that there were frequent agreements between known communists and known formulators of American policy and opinion on China. This whole subject is too complex for adequate discussion here, but the situation must be outlined. There is considerable truth in the China lobby's contention that the American experts on China were organized into a single interlocking group which had a general consensus of a leftish character. It is also true that this group, from its control of funds, academic recommendations, and research or publication opportunities, could favor persons who accepted the established consensus and could injure, financially or in professional advancement, persons who did not accept it. It is also true that the established group, by its influence on book reviewing in the New York Times, the Herald Tribune, the Saturday Review, a few magazines, including the liberal weeklies, and in the professional journals, could advance or hamper any specialist career. It is also true that these things were done in the United States in regard to the Far East by the Institute of Pacific Relations, that this organization had been infiltrated by communists, and by communist sympathizers, and that much of this group's influence arose from its access to and control over the flow of funds from financial foundations to scholarly activities. All these things were true, but they would have been true of many other areas of American scholarly research and academic administration in the United States, such as Near East studies or anthropology or educational theory or political science. They were more obvious in regard to the Far East because of the few persons and the bigger issues involved in that area. C.J. Hargis of the China lobby that China was lost because of this group, or that the members of this group were disloyal to the United States, or engaged in espionage, or were participants in a conscious plot, or that the whole group was controlled by Soviet agents or even by communists, is true. The whole subject is of major importance in understanding the 20th century. In the first place, because of language barriers, the number of people who could be experts on the Far East was limited. Most of these, like Perlbuck, Professor Fairbank of Harvard, or Professors Latret and Rowe of Yale, and many others, were children or relatives of people who originally became concerned with China as missionaries. This gave them the double character. They learned the language and they had a feeling of mission about China. When we add to this that they were, until after 1950, few in numbers and had access, because of the commercial importance of the Far East, to relatively large amounts of research, travel, and publication funds on Far East matters, they almost inevitably came to form a small group who knew each other personally, met fairly regularly, had a fairly established consensus based on conversations and reading each other's books on Far East questions, and generally had certain characteristics of a clique. Lattimore, for example, because he knew Bongoline and the others did not, tended to become everybody's expert on Mongolia, was rarely challenged on Mongolia or northwest interior China, and inevitably became rather opinionated, if not conceited, on the subject. Moreover, many of these experts, and those the ones which were favored by the Far East establishment in the Institute of Pacific Relations, were captured by communist ideology. Under its influence they propagandized, as experts, erroneous ideas and sought to influence policy in mistaken directions. For example, they sought to establish, in 1943 to 1950, that the Chinese Communists were simple agrarian reformers, rather like the third-party groups of the American Midwest, or that Japan was evil and must be totally crushed, the monarchy removed, and later that American policy in Japan, under General MacArthur, was a failure. They even accepted, on occasion, the Stalinist line that communist regimes were democratic and peace-loving, while capitalist ones were warlike and aggressive. For example, as late as 195 when the John Day Company Richard J. Walsh, President, published an indictment of MacArthur's policies in Japan by Robert Textor. The book, called Failure in Japan, had an introduction by Lattimore and sought to show that our occupation policy led to failure for democratic values in Japan and a situation of strategic weakness for the West. This childish libel was propagated by the IPR, which mailed out 2,300 postcards advertising the book. Behind this unfortunate situation lies another, more profound relationship, which influences matters much broader than Far Eastern policy. It involves the organization of tax-exempt fortunes of international financiers into foundations to be used for educational, scientific, and other public purposes. 60 or more years ago, public life in the West was dominated by the influence of Wall Street. This term has nothing to do with its use by the communists to mean monopolistic industrialism, but, on the contrary, refers to international financial capitalism deeply involved in the gold standard, foreign exchange fluctuations, floating of fixed interest securities and, to a lesser extent, flotation of industrial shares for stock exchange markets. This group, which in the United States was completely dominated by J.P. Morgan and Company from the 1880s to the 1930s, was cosmopolitan, Anglophile, internationalist, Ivy League, Eastern Seaboard, High Episcopalian, and European culture conscious. Their connection with the Ivy League colleges rested on the fact that the large endowments of these institutions required constant consultation with the financiers of Wall Street or its lesser branches on State Street, Boston, and elsewhere, and was reflected in the fact that these endowments, even in 1930, were largely in bonds rather than in real estate or common stocks. As a consequence of these influences, as late as the 1930s, J.P. Morgan and his associates were the most significant figures in policy making at Harvard, Columbia, and to a lesser extent Yale, while the Whitneys were significant at Yale, and the Prudential Insurance Company through Edward D. Duffield dominated Princeton. The names of these Wall Street luminaries still adorn these Ivy League campuses, with Harkness Colleges and a Payne Whitney Gymnasium at Yale, the Pine Dormitory at Princeton, a Dillon Field House and Lamont Library at Harvard. The chief officials of these universities were beholden to these financial powers and usually owed their jobs to them. Morgan himself helped make Nicholas Murray Butler president of Columbia. His chief Boston agent, Thomas Nelson Perkins of the First National Bank of that city, gave Conant his boost from the chemical laboratory to University Hall at Harvard. Duffield of Prudential, caught unprepared when the incumbent president of Princeton was killed in an automobile in 1932, made himself president for a year before he chose Harold Dodds for the post in 1933. At Yale, Thomas Lamont, managing partner of the Morgan firm, was able to swing Charles Seymour into the presidency of that university in 1937. The significant influence of Wall Street, meaning Morgan, both in the Ivy League and in Washington, in the period of 60 or more years following 1880, explains the constant interchange between the Ivy League and the federal government, an interchange which undoubtedly aroused a good deal of resentment in less favored circles, who were more than satiated with the accents, tweeds, and high episcopal Anglophilia of these peoples. Dean Acheson took the full brunt of this resentment from McCarthy and his allies in 1948 to 1954. The same feeling did no good to pseudo-Ivy League figures like Alger Hiss. Because of its dominant position in Wall Street, the Morgan firm came also to dominate other Wall Street powers, such as Carnegie, Whitney, Vanderbilt, Brown, Harriman, or Dillon Read. Close alliances were made with Rockefeller, Mellon, and Duke interests, but not nearly so intimate ones with the great industrial powers like DuPont and Ford. Because of the great influence of this Wall Street alignment, an influence great enough to merit the name of the American establishment, this group could control the federal government and, in consequence, had to adjust to a good many government actions which they had secretly supported. The chief of these were in taxation law, beginning with the graduated income tax in 1913, but culminating, above all else, in the inheritance tax. These tax laws drove the great private fortunes dominated by Wall Street into tax-exempt foundations, which became a major link in the establishment network between Wall Street, the Ivy League, and the federal government. Dean Rusk, Secretary of State after 1961, formerly president of the Rockefeller Foundation and Rhodes Scholar at Oxford 1931 to 1933, is as much a member of this nexus as Alger Hiss, the Dulles brothers, Jerome Green, James T. Shotwell, John W. Davis, Elihu Root, or Philip Jessup. More than 50 years ago, the Morgan firm decided to infiltrate the left-wing political movements in the United States. This was relatively easy to do, since these groups were starved for funds and eager for a voice to reach the people. Wall Street supplied both. The purpose was not to destroy or take over, but was really threefold. 1. To keep informed about the thinking of left-wing or liberal groups. 2. To provide them with a mouthpiece so that they could blow off steam. And 3. To have a final veto on their publicity, and possibly on their actions, if they ever went radical. There was nothing really new about this decision, since other financiers had talked about it and even attempted it earlier. What made it decisively important this time was the combination of its adoption by the dominant Wall Street financier, at a time when tax policy was driving all financiers to seek tax-exempt refuges for their fortunes, and at a time when the ultimate and left-wing radicalism was about to appear. Under the banner of the Third International, the best example of this alliance of Wall Street and left-wing publication was the New Republic, the magazine funded by Willard Straight, using Payne Whitney money. In 1914, Straight, who had been assistant to Sir Robert Hart, director of the Chinese Imperial Customs Service and the head of the European imperialist penetration of China, and had remained in the Far East from 1901 to R91, became a Morgan partner and the firm's chief expert on the Far East. He married Dorothy Payne Whitney, whose names indicate the family alliance of two of America's greatest fortunes. She was the daughter of William C. Whitney, New York utility millionaire, and the sister and co-heiress of Oliver Payne, of the Standard Oil Trust. One of her brothers married Gertrude Vanderbilt, while the other, Payne Whitney, married the daughter of Secretary of State John Hay, who enunciated the American policy of the open door in China. In the next generation, three first cousins, John Hay Jock Whitney, Cornelius Vanderbilt Funny Whitney, and Michael Whitney Mike Straight, were allied in numerous public policy enterprises of a propagandist's nature, and all three served in varied roles in the late New Deal and Truman administrations. In these they were closely allied with other Wall Street liberals, such as Nelson Rockefeller. The New Republic was founded by Willard and Dorothy Straight, using her money, in 1914, and continued to be supported by her financial contributions until March 23, 1953. The original purpose for establishing the paper was to provide an outlet for the progressive left and to guide it quietly in an Anglophile direction. This latter task was entrusted to a young man, only 4 years out of Harvard, but already a member of the mysterious Round Table Group, which has played a major role in directing England's foreign policy since its formal establishment in 1909. This new recruit, Walter Lippmann, has been, from 1914 to the present, the authentic spokesman in American journalism for the establishments on both sides of the Atlantic in international affairs. His bi-weekly columns, which appear in hundreds of American papers, are copyrighted by the New York Herald Tribune, which is now owned by J. H. Whitney. It was these connections, as a link between Wall Street and the Round Table Group, which gave Lippmann the opportunity in 1918, while still in his 20s, to be the official interpreter of the meaning of Woodrow Wilson's 14 points to the British government. Willard Straight, like many Morgan agents, was present at the Paris Peace Conference but died there of pneumonia before it began. 6 years later, in 1925, when his widow married a second time and became Lady Elmhurst of Dartington Hall, she took her 3 small children from America to England, where they were brought up as English. She herself renounced her American citizenship in 1935. Shortly afterward, her younger son, Mike, unsuccessfully stood for Parliament on the Labour Party ticket for the constituency of Cambridge University, an act which required, under the law, that he be a British subject. This proved no obstacle. In 1938, when Mike, age 22, returned to the United States, after 13 years in England, and was at once appointed to the State Department as advisor on international economic affairs. In 1937, apparently in preparation for her son's return to America, Lady Elmhurst, sole owner of the New Republic, shifted this ownership to Westrim Limited, a dummy corporation created for the purpose in Montreal, Canada, and set up in New York, with a grant of $1.5 million, the William C. Whitney Foundation, of which Mike became president. This helped finance the family's interest in modern art and dramatic theatre, including Sister Beatrix's tours as a Shakespearean actress. Mike Strait served in the Air Force in 1943 to 1945, but this did not in any way hamper his career with the New Republic. He became Washington correspondent in May 1941, editor in June 1943, and publisher in December 1946 when he made Henry Wallace editor. During these shifts he changed completely the control of the New Republic and its companion magazine Asia, removing known liberals such as Robert Morse Lovett, Malcolm Cowley, and George Soule, centralizing the control and taking it into his own hands. This control by Whitney money had, of course, always existed, but it had been in abeyance for the 25 years following Willard Strait's death. The first editor of the New Republic, the well-known liberal Herbert Croly, was always aware of the situation. After 10 years in the job, he explained the relationship in the official biography of Willard Straight, which he wrote for a payment of $25,000. Of course the Straits could always withdraw their financial support if they ceased to approve of the policy of the paper, and, in that event, it would go out of existence as a consequence of their disapproval. Croly's biography of Strait, published in 1924, makes perfectly clear that Strait was in no sense a liberal or progressive, but was, indeed, a typical international banker, and that the New Republic was simply a medium for advancing certain designs of such international bankers, notably to blunt the isolationism and anti-British sentiment so prevalent among many American progressives, while providing them with a vehicle for expression of their progressive views in literature, art, music, social reform, and even domestic politics. In 1916, when the editorial board wanted to support Wilson for a second term in the presidency, Willard Straight took 2 pages of the magazine to express his own support for Hughes. The chief achievement of the New Republic, however, in 1914 to 1918 and again in 1938 to 1948, was for interventionism in Europe and support of Great Britain. A role of Mike Strait in this situation in 1938 to 1948 is clear. He took charge of this family fief, abolished the editorial board, and carried on his father's aims, in close cooperation with labor and left-wing groups in American politics. In these efforts he was in close contact with his inherited Wall Street connections, especially his Whitney cousins and certain family agents like Bruce Blyven, Milton C. Rose, and Richard J. Walsh. They handled a variety of enterprises, including publications, corporations, and foundations, which operated out of the law office of Baldwin, Todd, and Lefferts of 120 Broadway, New York City. In this nexus were the New Republic, Asia, Theatre Arts, the Museum of Modern Art, and others, all supported by a handful of foundations, including the William C. Whitney Foundation, the Gertrude Vanderbilt Whitney Foundation, the J. H. Whitney Foundation, and others. An interesting addition was made to these enterprises in 1947 when Strait founded a new magazine, the United Nations World to be devoted to the support of the un. Its owners of record were the New Republic itself under its corporate name Nelson Rockefeller, J. H. Whitney, Max Ascoli, an anti-fascist Italian who had married American wealth and used it to support the magazine of his own, the Reporter, and Beatrice S. Stolivet. The last lady, Mike Straight's sister, made her husband, Louis Stolivet, international editor of the new magazine. An important element in this nexus was Asia magazine, which had been established by Morgan's associates as the Journal of the American Asiatic Society in 1898, had been closely associated with Willard Straight during his lifetime, and was owned outright by him from January 1917. In the 1930s it was operated for the Whitneys by Richard J. Walsh and his wife, known to the world as Pearl Buck. Walsh, who acted as editor of Asia, was also president of the holding corporation of the New Republic for several years and president of the John Day Publishing Company. In 1942, after Nelson Rockefeller and John Whitney joined the government to take charge of American propaganda in Latin America in the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, Asia magazine changed its name to Asia and the Americas. In 1947, when Mike Straight began the drive to sell the United Nations, it was completely reorganized into United Nations World. Mike Straight was deeply anti-communist, but he frequently was found associated with them, sometimes as a collaborator, frequently as an opponent. The opposition was seen most clearly in his efforts as one of the founders of the American Veterans Committee (ABC) and its political sequel, the Americans for Democratic Action (ADA). The collaboration may be seen in Straight's fundamental role in Henry Wallace's Third Party campaign for the presidency in 1948. The relationship between Straight and the Communists in pushing Wallace into his 1948 adventure may be misjudged very easily. The anti-communist right had a very simple explanation of it. Wallace and Straight were communists and hoped to elect Wallace president. Nothing could be further from the truth. All three, Straight, Wallace, and the Communists, joined in the attempt merely as a means of defeating Truman. Straight was the chief force in getting the campaign started in 1947 and was largely instrumental in bringing some of the Communists into it. But when he had them all aboard the Wallace train, he jumped off himself, leaving both Wallace and the Communists gliding swiftly, without guidance or hope, on the downhill track to oblivion. It was a brilliantly done piece of work. The Communists wanted a third party in 1948 because it seemed the only way to beat Truman and destroy the Marshall Plan. They hated the president for the Truman Doctrine and his general opposition to the Soviet Union, but, above all, because he had prevented the post-war economic collapse and the American relapse into isolationism, both of which the Communists had not only expected but critically needed. It was obvious to everyone that a two-party campaign in 1948 would give the vote of the right to the Republicans and the vote of the left to the Democrats, with the victory decided by where the division came in the center. In such a situation, neither Strait nor the Communists could influence the outcome in any way. But a third party on the left, by taking Labour and other left-wing votes from Truman, could reduce the Democratic total in the major states enough to throw those states and the election to the Republicans. Why Strait wanted to do this in the critical months from September 1946 to April 1948 is unknown, but he clearly changed his mind in the spring of 1948, abandoning poor, naive Henry Wallace to the Communists at that time. A possible explanation of these actions will be given later. What is clear is that Mike Strait had a great deal to do with Wallace in the autumn of 1946 when the former vice president broke with Truman and was fired from the cabinet. The break came over a Wallace speech, very critical of American policy toward Russia, given before a wildly biased pro-Soviet audience in Madison Square Garden on September 12, 1946. At the time, Truman told reporters he had approved the speech before delivery, a version which Wallace still upholds, but within a few days, Secretary of State Burns forced the president to make a choice between him or Wallace, and the latter was dismissed from the cabinet. Out of the government, without a platform from which to address the public, Wallace's political future looked dim in the early autumn of 1946. Strait provided a platform by giving him his own editorial chair at the New Republic, announced October 12, 1946. For the next 15 months the Wallace campaign was a Strait campaign. The latter supplied speechwriters, research assistants, editorial writers, office space, money, and the New Republic itself. Technically Wallace was editor, but the magazine staff and expenditures steadily increased in directions which had little to do with the magazine and everything to do with Wallace's presidential campaign, although this effort was not announced to the public until a year later, in December 1947. In the meantime, from the spring of 1947 onward, the Communists came in. It would not be strictly true to say that Strait brought them in, but I believe it is fair to say that he left them in. For example, one of the first to arrive was Lou Frank, Jr., brought in by Strait, who later insisted that he did not realize that Frank was a communist. As a matter of fact, there was no evidence that Frank was a member of the Communist Party, but Strait knew exactly where Frank stood politically since they had engaged, on opposite sides, in a bitter struggle between communists and anti-communists for control of ABC. In this, Frank had been a member of the Communist caucus within ABC's National Planning Committee, as Strait told David A. Shannon in 1956, and followed every twist of the party line in this whole period. This party line became the pattern for Wallace's formal speeches, since Frank was his most important speechwriter over a period of 18 months from early 1947 to October 1948. More than this, Frank accompanied Wallace on his endless travels during this period. In the autumn of 1947 these three, Wallace, Frank, and Strait, made a trip to the Mediterranean and were given an audience together by the Pope on November 4, 1947. On his return from this journey, Wallace was a changed man. His mind was made up to run against Truman on a third-party ticket. The announcement was made public in the New Republic in December. Strait continued to work for Wallace for president, and the New Republic remained the center of the movement for almost 4 more months. But something had changed. While he was still working for Wallace as president and allowing the communists into the project, he was simultaneously doing 2 other things: working openly and desperately to prevent the new third party from campaigning on any level other than the presidential, by blocking everywhere he could communist efforts to run third-party candidates for state or congressional offices in competition with the Democrats, much less publicly. He worked with his anti-communist friends in labor, veteran, and liberal groups to prevent endorsement of the Wallace candidacy. As a consequence, the communists were destroyed and eventually driven out of such organizations, notably from the CIOPAC, the great political alignment of labor and progressive groups. As David Shannon wrote in The Decline of American Communism 1959, the communist support of Wallace shattered the left-center coalition in the CIO. For the communist unions, the Wallace movement was the beginning of the end. The coalition began to dissolve almost immediately after Wallace's announcement. What this means is that Wallace's campaign to defeat Truman destroyed completely the remaining vestiges of the Popular Front movement of the 1930s, drove the communists out of the unions and all progressive political groups, and drove the communist unions out of the labor movement of the country. This ended communism as a significant political force in the United States, and the end was reached by December 1948, long before McCarthy or J. Edgar Hoover or H.U. Casey did their work. The men who achieved this feat were Wallace and Strait. During the winter of 1947 to 1948, Lou Frank recognized that he was incapable of handling the complex issues raised in Wallace's many speeches. Accordingly, he joined a communist research group which met in the Manhattan home of the wealthy Wall Street Red, Frederick Vanderbilt Field. The chief members of this group, probably all communists, were Victor Perlow and David Ramsey. This pair drew up for Wallace an attack on the Marshall Plan and an alternative communist plan for European reconstruction, which was published in the New Republic on January 12, 1948. Was presented by Wallace to the Marshall Plan hearings of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on February 24, but was subsequently repudiated by Strait. In the 3 months following the Perlow article, Strait was busy sawing off a limb on which Wallace now sat with the communists. He discharged from the New Republic payroll all those who were working for the campaign rather than for the magazine, and the office on East 49th Street once again settled down to publishing a liberal weekly. In protest at this reversal, his managing editor, Ed Johnson, resigned. If Mike Strait planned to do what he did do to the communists in 1946 to 1948, that is, to get them out of progressive movements and unions. He pulled off the most skillful political coup in 20th century American politics. It is not clear that he did plan it or intend it. But as a very able and informed man, he must have had some motivation when he began, in 1947, the effort which he knew might defeat Truman in 1948. While the evidence is not conclusive, there are hints that another, more personal, motive might have been involved, at least partly, in building up the Wallace threat to Truman's political future. It concerns the Whitney family interest in overseas airlines. The Whitney family were deeply involved in airlines. Sonny Whitney was a founder of Pan American Airlines and chairman of its board of directors from its establishment in 1928 until he went to military service in 1941. Mike's brother, Air Commodore Whitney Willard Straight, CBE, was even more deeply involved on the British side. Big Brother Whitney, born in 1912, had been in civil aviation in England from the age of 22, and by 1946 to 1949, was not only the director of the Midland Bank, one of the world's greatest financial institutions, but was also the director of Rolls-Royce and of the OAC, as well as chairman of the board of directors of British European Airways. In the years following the end of the war, a violent struggle was going on within aviation circles and the United States government over the future of American transocean air services. Before the war, these had been a monopoly of Pan Am. Now, at the end of the war, the struggle was over how the CAB would divide up this monopoly and what disposition would be made of the enormous Air Force investment in overseas bases. Apparently the White House was not cooperative in these matters at first, but late in 1947 C.V. Whitney was made, by presidential interim appointment, Assistant Secretary of the new Department of the Air Force and, 18 months later, after Truman's inauguration, was made Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Aeronautics. This was the most important post concerned with civil aviation in any federal department. The connection, if any, between these appointments and Mike Straight's original support and later abandonment of Wallace has never been revealed. The associations between Wall Street and the left, of which Mike Straight is a fair example, are really survivals of the associations between the Morgan Bank and the left. To Morgan, all political parties were simply organizations to be used, and the firm always was careful to keep the foot in all camps. Morgan himself, Dwight Morrow, and other partners were allied with Republicans. Russell C. Leffingwell was allied with the Democrats. Grayson Murphy was allied with the extreme right, and Thomas W. Lamont was allied with the left. Like the Morgan interest in libraries, museums, and art, its inability to distinguish between loyalty to the United States and loyalty to England, its recognition of the need for social work among the poor, the multi-partisan political views of the Morgan firm in domestic politics went back to the original founder of the firm, George Peabody, 1795 to 1869. To this same seminal figure may be attributed the use of tax-exempt foundations for controlling these activities, as may be observed in many parts of America to this day, in the use of Peabody foundations to support Peabody libraries and museums. Unfortunately, we do not have space here for this great and untold story. But it must be remembered that what we do say is part of a much larger picture. Our concern at the moment is with the links between Wall Street and the left, especially the communists. Here the chief link was the Thomas W. Lamont family. This family was in many ways parallel to the Straight family. Tom Lamont had been brought into the Morgan firm, as Straight was several years later, by Henry P. Davison, the Morgan partner from 1909. Lamont became a partner in 1910, as Straight did in 1913. Each had a wife who became a patroness of leftish causes, and two sons, of which the elder was a conventional banker, and the younger was a left-wing sympathizer and sponsor. In fact, all the evidence would indicate that Tom Lamont was simply Morgan's apostle to the left in succession to Straight, the change made necessary by the latter's premature death in 1918. Both were financial supporters of liberal publications, in Lamont's case the Saturday Review of Literature, which he supported throughout the 1920s and 1930s, and the New York Post, which he owned from 1918 to 1924. The chief evidence, however, can be found in the files of the HUAC, which show Tom Lamont, his wife Flora, and his son Corliss as sponsors and financial angels to almost a score of extreme left organizations, including the Communist Party itself. Among these we need mention only two. One of these was a Communist Front organization, the Trade Union Services, Incorporated, of New York City, which in 1947 published 15 trade union papers for various Ohio unions. Among its officers were Corliss Lamont and Frederick Vanderbilt Field, another link between Wall Street and the Communists. The latter was on the editorial boards of the official communist newspaper in New York, the Daily Worker, as well as its magazine, the New Masses, and was the chief link between the Communists and the Institute of Pacific Relations in 1928 to 1947. Corliss Lamont was the leading light in another communist organization, which started life in the 1920s as the Friends of the Soviet Union, but in 1943 was reorganized, with Lamont as chairman of the board and chief incorporator, as the National Council of American-Soviet Friendship. During this whole period of over 2 decades, Corliss Lamont, with the full support of his parents, was one of the chief figures in fellow traveler circles and one of the chief spokesmen for the Soviet point of view, both in these organizations and also in connections which came to him either as son of the most influential man in Wall Street or as professor of philosophy at Columbia University. His relationship with his parents may be reflected in a few events of this period. In January 1946, Corliss Lamont was called before HUAC to give testimony on the National Council of American-Soviet Friendship. He refused to produce records, was subpoenaed, refused, was charged with contempt of Congress, and was so cited by the House of Representatives on June 26, 1946. In the midst of this controversy, in May, Corliss Lamont and his mother, Mrs. Thomas Lamont, presented their valuable collection of the works of Spinoza to Columbia University. The adverse publicity continued, yet when Thomas Lamont rewrote his will, on January 6, 1948, Corliss Lamont remained in it as co-heir to his father's fortune of scores of millions of dollars. In 1951, the Subcommittee on Internal Security of the Senate Judiciary Committee, the so-called McCarran Committee, sought to show that China had been lost to the Communists by the deliberate actions of a group of academic experts on the Far East and Communist fellow travelers whose work in that direction was controlled and coordinated by the Institute of Pacific Relations (IPR). The influence of the Communists in IPR is well established, but the patronage of Wall Street is less well known. The IPR was a private association of 10 independent national councils in 10 countries concerned with affairs in the Pacific. The headquarters of the IPR and of the American Council of IPR were both in New York and were closely associated on an interlocking basis. Each spent about $2.5 million over the quarter-century from 1925 to 1950, of which about half, in each case, came from the Carnegie Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation, which were themselves interlocking groups controlled by an alliance of Morgan and Rockefeller interests in Wall Street. Much of the rest, especially of the American Council, came from firms closely allied to these Wall Street interests, such as Standard Oil, International Telephone and Telegraph, International General Electric, the National City Bank, and the Chase National Bank. In each case, about low percent of income came from sales of publications and, of course, a certain amount came from ordinary members who paid $15 a year and received the periodicals of the IPR and its American Council, Pacific Affairs and Far Eastern Survey. The financial deficits which occurred each year were picked up by financial angels, almost all with close Wall Street connections. The chief identifiable contributions here were about $60,000 from Frederick Vanderbilt Field over 18 years, $14,700 from Thomas Lamont over 14 years, $800 from Corliss Lamont only after 1947 and $18,000 from a member of Lee Higginson in Boston who seems to have been Jerome D. Green. In addition, large sums of money each year were directed to private individuals for research and travel expenses from similar sources, chiefly the great financial foundations. Most of these awards for work in the Far Eastern area required approval or recommendation from members of IPR. Moreover, access to publication and recommendations to academic positions in the handful of great American universities concerned with the Far East required similar sponsorship. And, finally, There can be little doubt that consultant jobs on Far Eastern matters in the State Department or other government agencies were largely restricted to IPR-approved people. The individuals who published, who had money, found jobs, were consulted, and who were appointed intermittently to government missions were those who were tolerant of the IPR line. The fact that all these lines of communication passed through the Ivy League universities or their scattered equivalents west of the Appalachians, such as Chicago, Stanford, or California, unquestionably went back to Morgan's influence in handling large academic endowments. There can be little doubt that the more active academic members of IPR, the professors and publicists who became members of its governing board such as Owen Lattimore, Joseph P. Chamberlain, and Philip C. Jessup of Columbia, William W. Lockwood of Princeton, John K. Fairbank of Harvard, and others, and the administrative staff which became, in time, the most significant influence in its policies developed an IPR party line. It is, furthermore, fairly clear that this IPR line had many points in common both with the Kremlin's party line on the Far East and with the State Department's policy line in the same area. The interrelations among these, or the influence of one on another, is highly disputed. Certainly no final conclusions can be drawn. Clearly there were some communists, even party members, involved such as Frederick Vanderbilt Field. Furthermore, there was a great deal of intrigue both to help those who agreed with the IPR line and to influence United States government policy in this direction. But there is no evidence of which I am aware of any explicit plot or conspiracy to direct American policy in a direction favorable either to the Soviet Union or to international communism. The evidence alluded to here exists, however. The real aim of these individuals and groups was to betray China into the hands of the Communists in order to build a new imperial system. The Soviet Union is a part of this secret imperial order and was set up by the money power in 1917. They plan to support and build Communist China into a new superpower to rule Asia. The true explanation of what happened is not yet completely known and, as far as it is known, is too complicated to elucidate here. It is, however, clear that many persons who were born in the period 1900 to 1920 and came to maturity in the period 1928 to 1940 were so influenced by their experiences of war, depression, and insecurity that they adopted, more or less unconsciously, certain aspects of the communist ideology such as the economic interpretation of history, a role of a dualistic class struggle in human events, or the exploitative interpretation of a role of capital in the productive system and of the possessing groups in any society. Many of these ideas were nonsense, even in terms of their own experiences, but they were facile interpretative guides for people who, whatever their expert knowledge of their special areas, were lacking in total perspective on society as a whole or human experience as a whole. This outlook was, for example, prevalent in the ubiquitous intriguer, Lionel Curtis, who was the original guide and parent of the IPR and of many similar organizations. The right's version of these events has written up by John T. Flint, Freddie Utley, and others had a tremendous impact on American opinion and American relations with other countries in the years 1947 to 1955. This Wright fairy tale, which is now an accepted folk myth in many groups in America, pictured the recent history of the United States in regard to domestic reform and in foreign affairs as a well-organized plot by extreme left-wing elements, operating from the White House itself and controlling all the chief avenues of publicity in the United States, to destroy the American way of life, based on private enterprise, laissez-faire, and isolationism, in behalf of alien ideologies of Russian socialism and British cosmopolitanism or internationalism. This plot, if we are to believe the myth, worked through such avenues of publicity as the New York Times and the Herald Tribune, the Christian Science Monitor and the Washington Post, the Atlantic Monthly and Harper's Magazine, and had at its core the wild-eyed and bushy-haired theoreticians of socialist Harvard and the London School of Economics. It was determined to bring the United States into World War II on the side of England, Roosevelt's first love, and Soviet Russia his second love, in order to destroy every finer element of American life, and, as part of this consciously planned scheme, invited Japan to attack Pearl Harbor and destroyed Chiang Kai-shek, all the while undermining America's real strength by excessive spending and unbalanced budgets. This myth, like all fables, does in fact have a modicum of truth. There does exist, and has existed for a generation, an international Anglophile network which operates, to some extent, in the way the right believes the Communists act. In fact, this network, which we may identify as the Round Table groups, has no aversion to cooperating with the Communists, or any other groups, and frequently does so. I know of the operations of this network because I have studied it for 20 years and was permitted for 2 years, in the early 1960s, to examine its papers and secret records. I have no aversion to it or to most of its aims and have, for much of my life, been close to it and to many of its instruments. I have objected, both in the past and recently, to a few of its policies, notably to its belief that England was an Atlantic rather than a European power and must be allied, or even federated, with the United States and must remain isolated from Europe. But in general my chief difference of opinion is that it wishes to remain unknown, and I believe its role in history is significant enough to be known. The Round Table groups have already been mentioned in this book several times, notably in connection with the formation of the British Commonwealth in Chapter 4 and in the discussion of appeasement in Chapter 12, the Clyden set. At the risk of some repetition, the story will be summarized here, because the American branch of this organization, sometimes called the Eastern Establishment, has played a very significant role in the history of the United States in the last generation. The Round Table groups were semi-secret discussion and lobbying groups organized by Lionel Curtis, Philip H. Kerr, Lord Lothian and Sir William S. Mattis in 1908, 1911. This was done on behalf of Lord Milner, the dominant trustee of the Rhodes Trust in the 2 decades 1905 to 1925. The original purpose of these groups was to seek to federate the English-speaking world along lines laid down by Cecil Rhodes 1853–1902 and William T. Stead 1849–1912, and the money for the organizational work came originally from the Rhodes Trust. By 1915, Round Table groups existed in 7 countries, including England, South Africa, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, and a rather loosely organized group in the United States. George Louis Beers, Walter Lippmann, Frank Delott, Whitney Shepherdson, Thomas W. Lamont, Jerome D. Green, Erwin D. Chatham of the Christian Science Monitor, and others. The attitudes of the various groups were coordinated by frequent visits and discussions and by a well-informed and totally anonymous quarterly magazine, The Round Table, whose first issue, largely written by Philip Kerr, appeared in November 1910. The leaders of this group were Milner, until his death in 1925, followed by Curtis 1872–1955, Robert H. Lord Brand, brother-in-law of Lady Astor until his death in 1963, and now Adam D. Mattis, son of Sir William and Brand's successor as managing director of Lazard Brothers Bank. The original intention had been to have collegial leadership, but Milner was too secretive and headstrong to share a role. He did so only in the period 1913 to 1919, when he held regular meetings with some of his closest friends to coordinate their activities as a pressure group in the struggle with Wilhelmine Germany. This they called their Ginger Group. After Milner's death in 1925, the leadership was largely shared by the survivors of Milner's kindergarten, that is, the group of young Oxford men whom he used as civil servants in his reconstruction of South Africa in 1901 to 1910. Brand was the last survivor of the kindergarten since his death. The greatly reduced activities of the organization have been exercised largely through the editorial committee of the Round Table magazine under Adam Mattis. Money for the widely ramified activities of this organization came originally from the associates and followers of Cecil Rhodes, chiefly from the Rhodes Trust itself, and from wealthy associates such as the Bite brothers, from Sir Abe Bailey, and after 1915 from the Astor family. Since 1925 there have been substantial contributions from wealthy individuals and from foundations and firms associated with the international banking fraternity, especially the Carnegie United Kingdom Trust, and other organizations associated with J.P. Morgan, the Rockefeller and Whitney families, and the associates of Lazard Brothers and of Morgan, Grenfell and Company. The chief backbone of this organization grew up along the already existing financial cooperation running from the Morgan Bank in New York to a group of international financiers in London led by Lazard Brothers. Milner himself in 1901 had refused the fabulous offer, worth up to $100,000 a year, to become one of the three partners of the Morgan Bank in London, in succession to the younger J.P. Morgan, who moved from London to join his father in New York. Eventually the vacancy went to E.C. Grenfell, so that the London affiliate of Morgan became known as Morgan, Grenfell and Company. Instead, Milner became director of a number of public banks, chiefly the London Joint Stock Bank, corporate precursor of the Midland Bank. He became one of the greatest political and financial powers in England, with his disciples strategically placed throughout England in significant places, such as the editorship of the Times, the editorship of the Observer, the managing directorship of Lazard Brothers, various administrative posts, and even cabinet positions. Ramifications were established in politics, high finance, Oxford and London universities, periodicals, the civil service, and tax-exempt foundations. At the end of the War of 1914, it became clear that the organization of this system had to be greatly extended. Once again the task was entrusted to Lionel Curtis, who established, in England and each Dominion, a front organization to the existing local Round Table Group. This front organization, called the Royal Institute of International Affairs, had as its nucleus in each area the existing submerged Round Table Group. In New York it was known as the Council on Foreign Relations, and was a front for J.P. Morgan and Company in association with the very small American Round Table Group. The American organizers were dominated by a large number of Morgan experts, including Lamont and Beer, who had gone to the Paris Peace Conference and there became close friends with the similar group of English experts which had been recruited by the Milner Group. In fact, the original plans for the Royal Institute of International Affairs and the Council on Foreign Relations were drawn up at Paris. The Council of the RIIA, which, by Curtis's energy, came to be housed in Chatham House, across St. James Square from the Astors, and was soon known by the name of this headquarters, and the board of the Council on Foreign Relations have carried ever since the marks of their origin. Until 1960 the council at Chatham House was dominated by the dwindling group of Milner's associates, while the paid staff members were largely the agents of Lionel Curtis. The Round Table for years until 1961 was headed from the back door of Chatham House grounds in Ormond Yard, and its telephone came through the Chatham House switchboard. The New York branch was dominated by the associates of the Morgan Bank. For example, in 1928 the Council on Foreign Relations had John W. Davis as president, Paul Kravitz as vice president, and a council of 13 others, which included Owen D. Young, Russell C. Leffingwell, Norman Davis, Allen Dulles, George W. Wickersham, Frank L. Polk, Whitney Shepherdson, Isaiah Bowman, Stephen P. Duggan, and Otto Kahn. Throughout its history the council has been associated with the American Round Tablers, such as Beer, Littman, Shepherdson, and Jerome Green. The academic figures have been those linked to Morgan, such as James T. Shotwell, Charles C. Moore, Joseph P. Chamberlain, Philip Jessup, Isaiah Bowman and, more recently, Philip Moseley, Grayson L. Kirk, and Henry M. Preston. The Wall Street contacts with these were created originally from Morgan's influence in handling large academic endowments. In the case of the largest of these endowments, that at Harvard, the influence was usually exercised indirectly through State Street, Boston, which, for much of the 20th century, came through the Boston banker Thomas Nelson Perkins. Closely allied with this Morgan influence were a small group of Wall Street law firms, whose chief figures were Elihu Root, John W. Davis, Paul D. Kravitz, Russell Leffingwell, the Dulles brothers and, more recently, Arthur H. Dean, Philip D. Reed, and John J. McCloy. Other non-legal agents of Morgan included men like Owen D. Young and Norman H. Davis. On this basis, which was originally financial and goes back to George Peabody, there grew up in the 20th century the power structure between London and New York, which penetrated deeply into university life, the press, and the practice of foreign policy. In England the centre was the Round Table Group, while in the United States it was J.P. Morgan and Company or its local branches in Boston, Philadelphia, and Cleveland. Some rather incidental examples of the operations of this structure are very revealing, just because they are incidental. For example, it set up in Princeton a reasonable copy of the Round Table Group's chief Oxford headquarters, All Souls College. This copy, called the Institute for Advanced Study, and best known, perhaps, as the Refuge of Einstein, Oppenheimer, John von Neumann, and George F. Kennan, was organized by Abraham Flexner of the Carnegie Foundation and Rockefeller's General Education Board after he had experienced the delights of All Souls while serving as Rhodes Memorial Lecturer at Oxford. The plans were largely drawn by Tom Jones, one of the Round Table's most active intriguers and foundation administrators. The American branch of this English establishment exerted much of its influence through 5 American newspapers: the New York Times, New York Herald Tribune, Christian Science Monitor, the Washington Post, and the lamented Boston Evening Transcript. In fact, the editor of the Christian Science Monitor was the chief American correspondent anonymously of the Round Table, and Lord Lothian, the original editor of the Round Table and later Secretary of the Rhodes Trust 1925 to 1939 and ambassador to Washington, was a frequent writer in the Monitor. It might be mentioned that the existence of this Wall Street, Anglo-American axis is quite obvious once it is pointed out. It is reflected in the fact that such Wall Street luminaries as John W. Davis, Lewis Douglas, Jock Whitney, and Douglas Dillon were appointed to the American ambassadors in London. This double international network in which the Round Table groups formed the semi-secret or secret nuclei of the Institutes of International Affairs was extended into a third network in 1925, organized by the same people for the same motives. Once again the mastermind was Lionel Curtis, and the earlier round table groups and institutes of international affairs were used as nuclei for the new network. However, this new organization for Pacific affairs was extended to 10 countries, while the round table groups existed only in 7. The new additions, ultimately China, Japan, France, the Netherlands, and Soviet Russia, had Pacific councils set up from scratch. In Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, Pacific councils, interlocked and dominated by the Institutes of International Affairs, were set up. In England, Chatham House served as the English centre for both nets, while in the United States the two were parallel creations not subordinate of the Wall Street allies of the Morgan Bank. The financing came from the same international banking groups and their subsidiary commercial and industrial firms. In England, Chatham House was financed for both networks by the contributions of Sir Abe Bailey, the Astor family, and additional funds largely acquired by the persuasive powers of Lionel Curtis. The financial difficulties of the IPR councils in the British Dominions in the Depression of 1929 to 1935 resulted in a very revealing effort to save money, when the local Institute of International Affairs absorbed the local Pacific Council, both of which were, in a way, expensive and needless fronts for the local round table groups. The chief aims of this elaborate, semi-secret organization were to coordinate the international activities and outlooks of all the English-speaking world into one which would largely, it is true, be that of the London group to work to help backward, colonial, and underdeveloped areas to advance towards stability, law and order, and prosperity along lines somewhat similar to those taught at Oxford and the University of London, especially the School of Economics and the schools of African and Oriental Studies. Democratic socialism, finance capitalism, monopoly capitalism, secularism, internationalism, etc. These organizations and their financial backers were in no sense reactionary or fascistic persons, as communist propaganda would like to depict them. Quite the contrary. They were gracious and cultured gentlemen of social experience who were much concerned with the freedom of expression of minorities and the rule of law for all, who constantly thought in terms of Anglo-American solidarity, of political partition and federation, and who were convinced that they could gracefully civilize the Boers of South Africa, the Irish, the Arabs, and the Hindus, and who are largely responsible for the partitions of Ireland, Palestine, and India, as well as the federations of South Africa, Central Africa, and the West Indies. Their desire to win over the opposition by cooperation worked with Smuts but failed with Herzog, worked with Gandhi but failed with Magon, worked with Stresemann. If their failures now loom larger than their successes, this should not be allowed to conceal the high motives with which they attempted both. Contrary to published claims, the real goal of these individuals and organizations is to further the development of a new imperial order and world empire. It was this group of people, whose wealth and influence so exceeded their experience and understanding, who provided much of the framework of influence which the communist sympathizers and fellow travelers took over in the United States in the 1930s. It must be recognized that the power that these energetic left-wingers exercised was never their own power or communist power, but was ultimately the power of the international financial coterie. And, once the anger and suspicions of the American people were aroused, as they were by 1950, it was a fairly simple matter to get rid of the Red sympathizers. Before this could be done, however, a congressional committee, following the backward to their source the threads which led from admitted communists like Whittaker Chambers, through Alger Hiss, and the Carnegie Endowment to Thomas Lamont and the Morgan Bank, fell into the whole complicated network of the interlocking tax-exempt foundations. The 83rd Congress in July 1953 set up a special committee to investigate tax-exempt foundations with Representative B. Carroll Quigley, of Tennessee, as chairman. It soon became clear that people of immense wealth would be unhappy if the investigation went too far, and that the most respected newspapers in the country, closely allied with these men of wealth, would not get excited enough about any revelations to make the publicity worthwhile, in terms of votes or campaign contributions. An interesting report showing the left-wing associations of the interlocking nexus of tax-exempt foundations was issued in 1954 rather quietly. 4 years later, the Reese Committee's General Counsel, Rene A. Wormser, wrote a shocked, but not shocking, book on the subject called Foundations: Their Power and Influence. See the staff reports prepared by the committee under the direction of Norman Dodd. One of the most interesting members of this Anglo-American power structure was Jerome D. Green (1874–1959). Born in Japan of missionary parents, Green graduated from Harvard's College and Law School by 1899 and became secretary to Harvard's president and corporation in 1901–1910. This gave him contacts with Wall Street, which made him general manager of the Rockefeller Institute 1910–1912, assistant to John D. Rockefeller in philanthropic work for 2 years, then trustee to the Rockefeller Institute, to the Rockefeller Foundation, and to the Rockefeller General Education Board until 1939. For 15 years, 1917–1932, he was with the Boston investment banking firm of Lee, Higgins and Company, most of the period as its chief officer, as well as with its London branch. As executive secretary of the American section of the Allied Maritime Transport Council, stationed in London in 1918, he lived in Toynbee Hall, the world's first settlement house, which had been founded by Alfred Milner and his friends in 1884. This brought him in contact with the Round Table Group in England, a contact which was strengthened in 1919 when he was secretary to the Reparations Commission at the Paris Peace Conference. Accordingly, on his return to the United States, he was one of the early figures in the establishment of the Council on Foreign Relations. which served as the New York branch of Lionel Curtis's Institute of International Affairs. As an investment banker, Green is chiefly remembered for his sales of millions of dollars of the fraudulent securities of the Swedish match king, Ivar Kreuger. That Green offered these to the American investing public in good faith is evident from the fact that he put a substantial part of his own fortune in the same investments. As a consequence, Kreuger's suicide in Paris in April 1932 left Green with little money and no job. He wrote to Lionel Curtis, asking for help, and was given, for 2 years, a professorship of international relations at Aberystwyth, Wales. The Round Table Group controlled that professorship from its founding by David Davies in 1919, in spite of the fact that Davies, who was made a peer in 1932, had broken with the Round Table because of its subversion of the League of Nations and European collective security. On his return to America in 1934, Green also returned to his secretaryship of the Harvard Corporation and became, for the remainder of his life, practically a symbol of Yankee Boston, as trustee and officer of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, the Gardner Museum in Fenway Court, the New England Conservatory of Music, the American Academy in Rome, the Brookings Institution, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the General Education Board only until 1939. He was also director of the Harvard Centenary Celebration in 1934 to 1937. Green is of much greater significance in indicating the real influences within the Institute of Pacific Relations than any communists or fellow travelers. He wrote the Constitution for the IPR in 1926, was for years the chief conduit for Wall Street funds and influence into the organization, was treasurer of the American Council for 3 years, and chairman for 3 more, as well as chairman of the International Council for 4 years. Jerome Green is a symbol of much more than the Wall Street influence in the IPR. He is also a symbol of the relationship between the financial circles of London and those of the eastern United States, which reflects one of the most powerful influences in 20th century American and world history. The two ends of this English-speaking axis have sometimes been called, perhaps facetiously, the English and American establishments. There is, however, a considerable degree of truth behind the joke, the truth which reflects a very real power structure. It is this power structure which the right in the United States has been attacking for years in the belief that they are attacking the communists. This is particularly true when these attacks are directed, as they so frequently are, at Harvard socialism, or at left-wing newspapers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, or at foundations and their dependent establishments, such as the Institute of International Education. These misdirected attacks by the right did much to confuse the American people in the period 1948 to 1955, and left consequences which were still significant a decade later. By the end of 1953, most of these attacks had run their course. The American people, thoroughly bewildered at widespread charges of 20 years of treason and subversion, had rejected the Democrats and put into the White House the Republican Party's traditional favorite Dwight D. Eisenhower. At the time, 2 events, one public and one secret, were still in process. The public one was the Korean War of 1950 to 1953. The secret one was the race for the thermonuclear bomb.